Hello and welcome to this Planning and Development meeting of the Council of the Town of Oakville. Madam Clerk, would you read off the regrets? We need to make sure we have quorum here, folks.
We do have regrets from Councillor Nanda, Councillor O'Meara, Councillor Shi, and Councillor Lischina.
So that leaves 11 of us here and on Zoom, and we're looking forward to working with you tonight. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, I don't see any. Council, it would be in order for a mover and a seconder to resolve us into committee of the whole. Councillor Longo, Councillor Knoll, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that carries. And Council, I'd like you to take up first item 7.2, the application to demolish at 42 Lakeshore Road West. And I'm looking for Councillor Dudek. Councillor Chisholm.
I'm going to move the report.
Thank you. I don't need a seconder because we're in committee of the whole. Is there any objection to Councillor Chisholm's motion? Madam Clerk, there being none, that matter is carried and dispatched. And ladies and gentlemen, what that little piece of efficiency did was make the rest of the evening focused on the recommendation report for the official plan amendment for Infrastructure Ontario at 2551 Sherwood Heights Drive, listed as bylaw 2024-91 and file number OPA 1504.03. The motion is listed in the agenda, and I think everybody here is aware of that. So how we're going to proceed is we're going to hear from staff. They have a presentation. As some of you will remember and some of you will not, we had a public information meeting on this some months ago at which the public showed up and raised issues for the staff to consider in their recommendation report. And council added about a half a dozen issues to be considered. And on the last 2 or 3 pages of this report that's on the agenda tonight, staff have responded to and dealt with those, they've answered those questions, they've explained those issues. If we give our attention, and a little word about behavior. The other day, on a different matter than yours, we discovered that the natural tendency of people to cheer when they hear what they like and to boo when they don't can be somewhat disconcerting to people on the opposite ends of those things. And we have a bylaw called the procedure bylaw that sets out how we're supposed to behave in council. And it says you shouldn't boo or cheer. It's council's job is to try to hear the facts and make a decision. It's not really an audience participation thing like a quiz show or something. I would ask you to engage yourselves in restraining yourselves from booing or cheering. You know how good it feels when you say something and somebody cheers you. Just imagine how bad it would feel if somebody booed you, and let's not do either thing. So with that, we're going to turn our attention to Gabe Charles, who's the planning director, and Kate Corburn. Kate is the senior planner, and after the staff have presented their information, we're going to hear from David Sajecki. He's the consultant for the applicant. The applicant is the province of Ontario. Ms. Coburn, we are all ears, and I hope the audience will find some reassurance in the way staff have dealt with the issues that we were given at the public information meeting. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, members of council. An official plan amendment has been submitted by Infrastructure Ontario for the lands located at 2551 Sherwood Heights Drive. The proposal relates to a change in the official plan designation from Parkway Belt West to business employment with exceptions. The application was received on April 12th, 2022, which was before Bill 109 came into effect. The proposal has been eligible for appeal since August 10th, 2022. A public meeting was held on January 23rd, 2023, and the applicant has worked with staff to refine their application and create a framework for the site to provide certainty to the town and to the community on the potential future development of the site. Notice of tonight's meeting was issued in accordance with the Planning Act, and that notice was issued to interested parties who wrote in or attended the statutory public meeting. This report can be found as item 7.1 of tonight's agenda, and the purpose of tonight's meeting is to provide a recommendation to council for decision. Here we go. Oop, one too many. Here we are. The subject lands are located on the west side of Sherwood Heights Drive, which is marked by the yellow star on the slide. These lands were owned by the Ministry of Transportation and protected by the Provincial Parkway Belt West Plan, which is a plan that is intended to be used for infrastructure purposes. The province has declared these lands as surplus. The lands are located opposite the Kingsford Garden Park, shown on the green star on the slide. This park also abuts the residential neighborhood known as Clearview to the east. The lands are also in proximity of the Ford Motor Company that's shown in the star in orange, which is to the south and west. And the QEW, inclusive of the on-ramps from Ford Drive, is located to the north of this site. As it happens, the town is also aware of a Region of Halton water main project that will result in the temporary closure of Sherwood Heights Drive, which begins today. Staff can inform that the access to the park will remain available throughout the duration of the construction, and there are no changes proposed to Kingsford Gardens Park, which would include the existing fields, dog park, and community gardens. There is no development proposed with this official plan amendment application. The official plan amendment is strictly to provide a policy framework for future development opportunities. The application proposes to amend the official plan to change the land use designation from Parkway Belt West, as shown on the slide to the left, which shows as green, to business employment with an exception, which is shown on the slide, on the right side of the slide, which is a blue color with a black bullseye. That is what denotes the exception for the property. The Parkway Belt West Plan is a provincial plan that came into effect in 1978, and the purpose of this plan is to protect and maintain lands for infrastructure purposes. The Parkway Belt Plan affects both publicly owned and privately owned lands, and the town does not have any authority on the administration of that plan, which includes removing lands from the plan. An application to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing is required to remove lands from the Parkway Belt Plan, and to date, the ministry has processed over 160 amendments to the plan. As mentioned, the lands are owned by the Ministry of Transportation and have been declared surplus, and an application to remove the lands from the Parkway Belt West Plan was approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in March of 2022, before the application was submitted to the town. In accordance with the town's official plan policy, the town continues to encourage the province to remove lands that are subject to the Parkway Belt West Plan in order for the change in jurisdiction. It is only following the removal of lands from the plan that the lands will then become under the town's jurisdiction for development. In some areas of the town, the Parkway Belt is noted as an overlay with an underlying designation to permit development. And as soon as the lands are no longer part of the Parkway Belt West Plan, that designation would take over automatically. However, for the subject lands, there is no underlying designation. Therefore, in order to permit any development opportunities, a change in land use designation is required. Infrastructure Ontario has made an application to the town to work through the town's processes in providing land use opportunities to permit future development of the site. The business employment designation can be found throughout the town in a variety of forms, and it is the preferred land use for the subject site with exception, given its unique context. As provided in the official plan, the uses in the business employment areas are intended to be predominantly within enclosed buildings. They provide for office uses and light and service industrial operations with minimal impacts on the surrounding areas. To ensure a variety of land uses that are sensitive and compatible to both the surrounding employment, parks, and residential uses, exceptions to the business employment designation, as well as limited business commercial uses, have been included in the structure of the official plan amendment. The exceptions noted in the proposed official plan include requirements for various studies to demonstrate the compatibility of the future land uses with the surrounding areas. It also includes a limitation on building size, as an example. The proposed official plan amendment, sets out a vision that provides for certainty on the future development of the property. The Joshua Creek Business Center on the North Service Road, just north of the QEW, is one example of what business employment uses would look like within the town. The lands are currently zoned utility. There is no zoning bylaw amendment proposed at this time. There is no development proposed at this time, as earlier mentioned. If approved, Infrastructure Ontario can proceed with the disposal of the land, and it will be the responsibility of the future owner to submit the required zoning bylaw amendment to establish the land use permissions and associated standards and regulations. It is the zoning bylaw amendment that will establish the range of uses and required parking and delineate natural areas that will be preserved on the property. When that future application is submitted, it would be posted to the website. Public notice will have been issued in accordance with the Planning Act, and the public will have opportunities to provide comments on that proposal at that time. It is following an approved zoning bylaw amendment that a site application will be required. The site plan approval process is a detailed look at the proposal that evaluates matters such as engineering, urban design, and tree planting and preservation. It is after the site plan is final approved that a building permit could be issued and construction can commence on the property. With respect to public consultation, a virtual public information meeting was held by the applicant in March of 2022, and a statutory public meeting was hosted by the town in January of 2023, as I mentioned earlier. Since the writing of the staff report, over 250 written submissions from the public have been received, and staff have received a variety of concerns that primarily relate to the future development of the site. These include traffic concerns, the size and scale of development, and the development of specific uses. In addition to the items that are raised by the public, the following slides highlight the matters that were to be addressed by staff. On the left are the matters raised in the staff report for the public meeting, and on the right were the matters raised by council at that public meeting. And as mentioned, these items have been discussed in the staff report. Many of the matters that are listed on this slide and raised by the public have been incorporated into the policy framework of the proposed official plan amendment. The site is intended to provide for a range of employment and commercial uses at a scale that supports the existing employment areas in the vicinity, while also providing a sensitive transition from the industrial lands to other sensitive land uses such as the park and residential areas. Special studies and reports are required to refine the limits of development and determine what uses can be accommodated on the site that meet this development concept included in the official plan amendment. And also to provide a variety of uses that are compatible with sensitive land uses. Additionally, some uses may be a function for a principal use. For example, The proposed land use designation may give way for opportunities for artist space on the site. The artist may require to warehouse or store materials that they need, as well as the artifacts that they produce. But they may also have a gallery or small retail component that would all be contained within one unit. It is at a future zoning bylaw amendment stage where the land uses can be further refined based on the approval of these required studies. Similarly, the principles of how development will be laid out will be resolved through an urban design brief. Supplemental urban design guidelines have been included as Appendix B to the staff report. Having undertaken an evaluation of the proposed change in land use designation and assessed the positive and negative effects of a range of land use options, staff are satisfied that the proposed designation of business employment with exceptions is the optimal land use designation for the property and provides for opportunities to incorporate a variety of business uses that would complement the surrounding area. It is staff's opinion that the proposed official plan amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan and the Halton Region official plan, has regard for matters of provincial interest, and represents good planning. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff put forward the following recommendation provided on the slide for Council's consideration this evening. It is staff's opinion that the application for official plan amendment be approved to change the land use designation from Parkway Belt West to business employment with exceptions for 22551 Sherwood Heights Drive. I'd be happy to take any questions, Council.
Well, thank you. It looks like there might be a couple. Councillor Dudek and then Councillor Chisholm. Councillor Dudek? No? Councillor Chisholm?
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick question. Going back to Infrastructure Ontario, this land is coming available. Is there a pecking order with respect to purchasing this property? Would the municipality have first choice over private developer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor, I'd have to defer that to the applicants, the consultant that are here this evening that may be able to speak to the IO process and what that would look like.
Thank you. I'd like to hear if we are in the order of having an opportunity. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions for Ms. Coburn? Don't be shy. Councillor Adams.
There's been a lot of discussion about the zoning and the E1 and E2, and that's come through some of the correspondence. Can you help all of us understand the difference between the zoning and the official plan a little bit better? And in particular, the difference between E1 and E2?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. In the official plan, there are 4 different types of employment uses. There is office employment, business employment, industrial, business commercial. The purpose of the zoning is to implement the policies of the official plan. So in the zoning bylaw, those designations are reflected in those zoning categories that were mentioned, E1, E2, E3, E4. The E1 correlates to correlates to office employment. It is a different designation with a different set of objectives. The office employment designation specifically states it's to be found in higher transit corridor areas. That's where we want our offices and major offices to be located. The E2 designation, which is business employment, provides for that variety of lower scale employment uses as well as office uses that provide a sensitive transition between the variety of employment uses to other sensitive land uses. E3 is our industrial area, which is where our more heavy industrial operations would be located. And our business commercial uses are generally the areas that we find in the town that house some of our big box areas. So Joshua Creek, the new development over on Iron Oak Way, would be one example of where we would see business commercial.
Ms. Coburn, I note that in the report you talk about E2 as, it contains the phrase at the end of its description, with minimal impact on residential. Is that what drove the exceptions in your designation to rule out certain uses that would have a greater impact on the residents?
Through to you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. in an evaluation of the wide variety of uses that could potentially be accommodated on this site, through the material that was presented by the applicant and what they brought forward, there was an opportunity to look at providing for a wider range of employment uses that have yet to be accommodated throughout other areas of the town. The employment review that council recently dealt with, well, a couple years ago now, had already indicated that there was sufficient employment area throughout the town to satisfy our needs. So this was an opportunity to look at a broader range or a mix that could be accommodated. Such though, in the official plan amendment, it is strictly stated which uses are actually prohibited. So for example, it's clear that motor vehicle uses such as a truck compound is prohibited. It is not something that would be accommodated or even contemplated through a zoning bylaw for the purposes of the volume of traffic that it can tend to drive, in its general operation, bringing up dust and things like that. That was not something we felt was a compatible use. The land use compatibility that's required through a future zoning amendment will flush out further uses in terms of their size and scale and operation that would be more appropriate in this location than would otherwise be found in business employment areas where this relationship between business employment use and residential or other sensitive land uses are not found.
And furthermore to that, can you discuss what sort of retail/commercial, if any, is contemplated in OPA 168?
Through to you, Mr. Mayor. The OP contemplates retail that would be accessory to the business uses that would be accommodated. So as I mentioned, artist is looking to sell some of their wares. There might be a kitchen supply place, and they're a contractor and they might have kitchen or cabinetry available, or a bathroom fitter that might have that kind of stuff available. If we look at the zoning that's currently existing in the E2 zone, we actually notice that in other areas of the town where business employment exists, retail is also further refined in those standards. So with a future application, staff will be able to evaluate the relationship and ratio between the employment use and its function and what that accessory retail could be.
Okay. And do I understand the policy correctly if I say that it appears that impact on residential is the test that this policy contains to guide the future zoning?
Through to you, Mr. Mayor, the test in terms of separation distance is actually to the park. It is the primary sensitive land use in proximity to the subject lands, the residential being even farther away. So we would look at both holistically in terms of understanding what would be required. There is what is often referred to as the D6 guidelines, which is a ministry standard on the types of uses, emissions that they generate, nuisance that they might generate in proximity to sensitive land uses. So the park would actually be the first line of defense, if you will, in terms of the range of uses.
But the policy is to minimize any impact.
Correct.
So, all right, that helps me understand it. Councillor Giddings, Councillor Haslett-Teal, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. When residents got very active with this, they were concerned about warehousing that's going up in other areas and the number of vehicles, the idling trucks, the heavy use 24/7. So that would never appear on this site.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's unclear what a future purchaser would want to propose. The business employment designation as it exists in the official plan today provides for a range of uses. It's the size and scale of those uses that will be determined by that future zoning application. It's possible that no warehousing would be proposed on this site.
And so whoever buys the property from the province, even though we'll have the overlay of the official plan amendment, they could still request or take us to the land tribunal to alter what we put in place in terms of zoning?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I understand what you're trying to ask, it's up to the proponent, the future purchaser, to come forward with an application. They have to complete all of those studies to demonstrate whether or not the uses they're proposing achieve the policy direction of the OPA that's been proposed this evening to determine what will ultimately be on that property.
Thank you for that. At the top end of Clearview, along the Sturwitz Road, it's all E1. I believe it's E4 over by the hotels and the gas station, and then it's E1 all the way along. And this one's proposed E2 with differences. Why the change in terms of the proximity?
If I can have technical support to bring back the presentation, I'm going to go to an earlier slide that shows the designation. So with the official plan, again, we don't talk about E1, E2, that's zoning language. So through the mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, you can see that the designation that's proposed here is business employment. It is the same designation that you do find at the top end of Clearview, as you can see on the map. The E1 zoning is actually the former zone that was applied to the property. As I mentioned earlier, this council had approved an official plan amendment that implemented the employment land study. Through that improvement, through that official plan amendment, the lands that are on the north end of Clearview were changed from office employment to business employment. The zoning has yet to catch up. The town has not come forward with a town-initiated zoning bylaw to change the zone in this area. If someone were to come forward with an application on the north side of Clearview to rezone the lands from E1 to E2, they would be in conformity with the official plan. So this proposed amendment is in line with the work the town and council have already done on the north side of Clearview. It's the same land use designation.
Thank you. Last question for now. Anxious to hear from the residents. Under the D6 guidelines, is it meters? Is it, like, how do they establish the distance away from a heavy emitter?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the town, we're not involved as planning department, we're not involved in the valuation of the land compatibility study, land use compatibility study, where they would have to assess the D6 guidelines. That has been typically left in the hands of the region. With things that are changing, that'll have to be assessed, but we will learn more of those details through the submission of that application. And as I said, through that evaluation of that report, when it comes in, we'll be able to determine what uses would be appropriate for the site.
All right, so I'd have to follow up with the region in terms of distances and where the source comes from. Is it the smokestacks? Is it the middle of the property, whatever?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that would be accurate. we're not familiar. I'm not familiar with working with the D6 guidelines.
Yeah.
We know that they apply.
I was just interested for a little bit of fun. I just sat down with Google Maps and I was surprised that I think it's 1,200 meters to the middle of the park there. And Hart Crescent is 850 meters away. And so I was surprised at the density. And so over time, as OPs get adjusted and updated, the D6 guidelines obviously change, or our zoning obviously changes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak for the rate in which our zoning bylaw changes to reflect changes in provincial policy. I do know that over time, there have been changes to our environmental protection standards and the D6 guidelines, and their differences have also changed over time.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Councillor, the D6 guidelines are easily retrieved online. Class 1 is 70 meters, Class 2 is 300 meters, and Class 3 is 1,000 meter potential, a 300 meter recommended minimum. All three of them are approximate and can be adjusted according to scientific studies as to what the real impact is, if that's helpful to you. There is a discussion in the report about how the distance from the Ford plant makes this land inappropriate for a sensitive use like a park. And you may remember seeing that. I was just madly paging through to find it to send you to that page.
Much appreciated. I understood that which is interesting because we've got a soccer field, the food garden, and the dog park directly across the road.
And it's implied in the report that they're far enough away and this is not. So, you know, you live or die by the D6 guidelines, I guess, or maybe we only like them when we like them, I don't know.
No, I understand I understand that at some point there's a dividing line. And this one, I just find it a little odd. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Hazard-Thiel.
Thank you for your report. You talked about trying to provide certainty for the public about the use, and yet I am concerned that there isn't certainty, because the framework that is here still leaves the door open, as you've described, that at zoning, a warehouse could make it through that doorway for that property. And it is in the hands of the proponent, to whoever buys the land, to make that application. So in fact, we can't give the residents certainty that a warehouse would not be on that land. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the certainty is, as I explained, is that there's a range of uses that can be accommodated, and those uses can be accommodated in a variety of forms. From a warehouse point of view, the objective of the OP is to ensure there's a variety of uses. So if an amendment were to come forward to the zoning bylaw to implement this official plan amendment, they would have to demonstrate a variety. So having a bunch of warehouses would not meet the intent of the policy in the official plan. If they were to put a standalone warehouse, its maximum size is 7,000 square meters, which is built into the official plan amendment. So it couldn't be one large warehouse facility. It could only be one component of the overall site development. Similarly, warehousing as a use is a factor of other operations. It might be a business that operates a small unit and they have to store their product or materials. The bylaw recognizes that use as warehousing. So to exclude warehousing at the official plan stage without doing the appropriate study and evaluation of the applications that come in the future, we would limit the other opportunities for other ranges of uses that currently do not fit within the framework of the employment areas that the town has today.
So if I use the example at Ford in Cornwall, there is a paint store, and he has paint at the front and he has some storage at the back. Are you saying that the back is therefore identified as a warehouse?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'm not familiar with this location. If the paint is stored within the building, then that is part of their storage and warehousing component of their operation. The official plan amendment, to clarify, also excludes any outdoor storage. So there is no opportunity for outdoor storage to be considered as part of the development, the future development of this site.
So I'm going to come back to, we still can't give people certainty. So we have, when we get to a zoning bylaw, will there be a public meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay, and if it makes it through the zoning bylaw with any of these modifications, in addition to what's already there, once it gets to site plan, is that a public process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the site plan process is not a public process. But I would also clarify that if an application were to come forward and for rezoning and there is no warehousing proposed, council could choose to exclude warehousing as a permitted use. It could be indicated as prohibited at the zoning stage.
So is there a reason, other than your example of they might be storing some of their, the artist may be storing some of their facility, is there any other compelling reason why in the OPA you couldn't go to an E1, I know we're not supposed to talk about E, but a office employment with exceptions to, and still allow at the zoning level some variation of what the retail commercial could look like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as mentioned, the office employment designation is primarily located around high transit corridor areas. That's just not the location here.
Well, I'd actually kind of beg to differ because it's right by the 403 and the QEW. And from a permitted uses under office employment, our official plan says uses permitted within the office employment designation may include major offices and offices, hotels, public halls, light industrial uses, training facilities, and commercial schools. You know, and some of those, commercial school would be quite interesting. Limited convenience retail, accessory retail, and service commercials, including restaurants, may be permitted in conjunction with permitted uses. So in our official plan, we allow the same variety that you've worked hard, and I appreciate that, fitting in some exceptions, but it closes the door on the risk that everybody is, like a significant risk that people are worried about. And when we add in that we already have substantial amount of warehousing across that area, I'm still not understanding why we can't use office employment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as provided in the staff report, through the evaluation that staff have undertaken, the optimal land use designation that's been proposed is business employment, with the exceptions for a variety of business commercial uses, to create an opportunity to transition land uses from the heavier industrial and other business employment uses to the sensitive land uses that are adjacent to the park and the residential area.
Okay, thank you for your answer. My other question is just around biodiversity elements on the site. So those would get addressed at the zoning and the site plan in both parts of the planning process, or would it be just at the site plan? There's a fair amount of wildlife, there's a stormwater, I mean, there's interesting work being done on bioswales and biodiversity areas. Would that get addressed at the zoning level, or would it get addressed at the site plan level?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, within the draft official plan amendment, under the functional policy section, you can see items C and D, sustainability and stormwater management. Mm-hmm. This is the obligation of the future purchaser when the zoning bylaw amendment is submitted, that they have to prepare the required environmental impact assessment to delineate the limits of the natural area that's on site, which would also include an arborist report to identify any natural features and trees that would be protected. This will determine the limit of development on the property. With respect to stormwater management, they do need to prepare a stormwater management report, and that's subject to a terms of reference with the town. It's through that exercise that stormwater management report will confirm what, if any, low impact development or LID components could be incorporated through the future stage. It is at the site plan stage that those components of the EIA, the arborist report, and the stormwater management facility will be put into action with detailed grading and detailed site application. So it will be reviewed throughout the remaining processes through both zoning and site plan.
Thank you for that more fulsome explanation. I am just going to go back to the D6 guidelines because I think Councillor Giddings and I are very familiar with them, given what we've dealt with on Winston Churchill. And in the D6 guidelines, they talk about class 1, 2, and 3. And in particular, one of the concerns is the potential of a 24/7 business. So are you giving assurance to us as council that if we get to zoning and say no to zoning, that it's therefore going to be, you know, A, it wouldn't occur a warehouse, but B, if it occurred, that it would be classified as a class 1, because we're using the phrase light industrial in some sections. And from a layman's perspective, light industrial feels very different than what a warehouse does. And so I just want to have an assurance that it would be, if we ever ended up that far down, a class 1 where we couldn't end up with a 24/7 operation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as provided in the official plan amendment, the land use compatibility study is required to demonstrate what would be appropriate at that zoning bylaw amendment stage. If the land use compatibility study had demonstrated that certain classes of development within the that's recognized by the D6 guidelines were not permitted, then it could be the action on that bylaw to choose to restrict it, prohibit it, or provide any further refinements or restrictions.
So to repeat back what you've just told me then, it would be this council that would have to make a decision to restrict it, to ensure that that impact didn't occur.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, if the land use compatibility study demonstrated that certain uses in alignment with the D6 guidelines could or could not be permitted, you could take that action within the bylaw itself.
Okay, so we could take that action. I'm sure that you can understand the nervousness of a community that's already, facing 2 mega warehouses, and the land use compatibility study didn't help them. So, it is unnerving for folks. But I appreciate your answer and helping us understand a bit more. And I'll pause there because I do want to hear from the public. Thank you.
Councillor Hilger.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. I was going along the same lines and down the same road, and I guess I would just like to know, can we direct staff to make sure it excludes true warehousing going forward? I know you talked about land use and do all the studies, but can we direct staff to do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as I mentioned, warehousing by definition under the zoning bylaw is quite broad. If warehousing were to be restricted as part of this official plan amendment, that any operation that has even the small amount of storage or warehousing as part of its function would not be permitted on the property. It's why staff are reliant upon the land use compatibility study as a technical analysis on what would be appropriate in terms of size and scale should a warehouse be proposed.
So what you're really saying is we really need a definition of warehousing, which is quite different than somebody having a few cans of paint in the back. Like, I see our problem right now. We need to know what warehousing is, because once you get full warehousing, you've got backup beepers, you've got 24/7, and you really can't do anything about it. I appreciate where we're going with this. Thank you.
Councillor McNeice.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. Could you just help me understand a little bit better why mixed use isn't appropriate there with residential on top? Many of us just came back from a federal municipalities conference, and we're here and we got to figure out how to build housing on top of everything, whether it's a police station, fire station, sort of, everywhere possible. And, we've got a provincial agency that one team at IO, is saying we got to build transit-oriented communities, and, the housing authority saying we got to figure out how to do it everywhere. Seems like they're trying to sell their land for as, add as much value or sell it for the most they can. When a different approach would be, you look at, I believe it's Waterloo, and they got a donation of land and the municipality waived the fees, and they're able to reduce the cost of housing by 50% by building it through a habitat project. So is there not, and maybe the answer is just we give the province some feedback that, we're not connecting the dots here. We got one team saying, hey, we have property, but we want to get rid of it. And then we got another team saying, hey, you got to figure out how to build, more attainable and cheaper housing, throughout the province. So could you just maybe shed a little light on that? And I understand that the answer may be we need to do a bit more advocacy, but I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around, one other department saying, hey, we got land, but we're selling it. And another saying we got to figure out how to partner to build more housing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'm sorry, is that a question for town staff, or is that question for the applicant in terms of IO's approach to their property? Just
How about
for clarity.
Yeah. How about both?
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that I can weigh in on how IO has chosen to the process in which they're choosing to dispose of their land. What I can say in terms of your initial thought of mixed use development, one of the components, one of our major concerns on not coming forward this evening with a recommendation for mixed use is the current environmental certification for the Ford Motor Company. So as it was mentioned, the D6 guidelines, kind of in when they would have been established over time, likely predates or postdates, I should say, when Ford was established and when the Clearview neighborhood was established. So under the current regulations, it's unclear whether or not residential could be placed that close to the Ford Motor Company property without violating their own environmental certifications. I
Okay.
hope that helps answer that question.
Okay, that helps. Maybe my request to staff then is if we could just point out, and I think we might even have an advocacy piece around housing to the province, just that when the province is selling land through IO or whatever department, maybe we could just help them through an example, say it'd be great to have a conversation about whether or not we can connect the dots. Because my understanding is to make housing attainable, if it's an attainable project, we waive the fees. But we need a partner to provide the land, and we're going to need a partner to help build it. So maybe we can just provide some feedback around that.
Thank you, Councillor. Council, it's at page 13 of 18 in the staff report that the paragraph I was looking for when Councillor Giddings and I were discussing the D6 guidelines that governs here, and I'll just read it because it's obviously going to be interesting, I would imagine, to the residents who may not have the benefit of having a copy in front of them. And what it says is, the unique context of the site provides some limits on the range of uses that can be contemplated for the property. Staff note the potential concerns around land use compatibility while maintaining the stability of an established employment area to the southwest. The industrial lands to the southwest are home to the Oakville Assembly Complex of the Ford Motor Company of Canada, whose facilities are considered a major emitter under the town's Health Protection Air Quality Bylaw. The Ford Company facilities are classified as a Class 3 industrial facility under the province's D6 guidelines for compatibility between industrial facilities. Town staff estimates that portions of the subject lands may also be located inside the minimum separation distance of 300 meters under the D6 guidelines for a Class 3 facility, making residential and other sensitive land uses such as parks undesirable uses for the subject lands, the lands that we're considering tonight. And I hope that helps shine a little extra light on this discussion. Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. We've had lots of good discussion and highlighting of a number of things. I just wanted to highlight one other issue, which was the issue of the environmental site assessment process. It's been raised that there's concern about contamination either on the property or adjacent properties, and how would that impact the potential use of this property. And I see that within the official plan amendment, there is a section that speaks to it on page 29 of 193 of the report, and it's touched on also within page 15 of 18 of the staff report. Can you describe for us a little bit how the environmental site assessment process works, when it would apply, and when any additional materials would have to be considered accepted by staff and approved by staff before zoning could come forward or be approved?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the timing for the environmental site assessment and any requisite record of site condition with respect to the soil quality of the property would need to be in place prior to building permit in general. When we have planning applications that come in sequence, typically we would look to see that requirement fulfilled through the zoning bylaw amendment. The town has in the past, and we could consider it at this time, that if there were certain matters outstanding, that with the passing of a zoning bylaw amendment for the property, a holding provision could be placed until such time as the record of site condition and ESA processes are completed. Similarly, this is something that has been managed by the region in the past, and they will not sign off on any permits that they're required to issue before their items are satisfied. So as I said, if it is deferred through as a holding At the site plan stage, we would receive those materials in order to satisfy that holding condition, and then they would be required to fulfill that obligation before building permit.
So under section E, part 3 of the bylaw, where it says environmental site assessment and associated phases up to and including the receipt of a record of site condition shall be completed in accordance with Ontario Regulation 15304. When exactly does that happen? What does Regulation 15304 say in terms of when that has to show up? Does it has to show up before we issue a building permit, after zoning has been approved, or is it the other way around?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, my understanding is it has to be available prior to building permit. The requirement that's been included here in the official plan is to ensure that we get it at the zoning bylaw stage.
But it doesn't have to be completed before the zoning is done.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the status of and level of completion would be at the discretion of the authority that would be evaluating. As I said, right now, that's the region. I could possibly defer to Director Charles, and he might have some additional information on how we would be managing that going forward from July 1st.
Whether it's us or the region, and I'm assuming going forward it's going to be us in some fashion, it means that we would have to be satisfied, and for us to be satisfied, we're going to look to a professional engineer to sign off on the record of site condition in order to then allow for whatever use is going to be on that property as a building permit, correct? Yeah. So that's how we're going to satisfy ourselves that whatever site contamination there might be has either been identified and considered not of concern, or it's been cleaned up and we now have a cleaner site than we had before.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, just to help the audience, I'm not sure the audience was able to hear it, that the director responded yes to the councillor's question, which allowed the councillor to then sum up his statement the way he did. Do you have more, councillor? All right, Ms. Coburn, I detect some uncertainty in the room about whether or not there are any limits on how much warehousing can happen on this site. And I recall you mentioning that you had a limit of 7,000 square meters. And does that give us certainty that whatever warehousing there is on the site will not exceed 7,000 square meters, which I make out to be 75,000 square feet? If anybody besides me prefers to think in imperial. So what is there a limit on the total possible amount of warehousing? And if so, what is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through to you, Mr. Mayor, the development concept that's provided in the official plan amendment, and I will read it. The site is intended to provide for a range of employment and commercial uses at a scale that supports the existing employment areas in the vicinity while providing a transition from the industrial lands and sensitive land uses. When we get into the land use policy portion of the official plan amendment, which is, I would say, about 2 or 3 pages in, the restriction on the size, the 7,000 square meters, is limited to the individual buildings. It is not specific to the limit of the specific use. That said, the other policy just below that is that individual buildings shall accommodate a variety of uses and may be divided into smaller units of varying sizes. So this policy in its intention is that you're not going to end up with one big, massive building on the property. There will be multiple buildings on the property at a maximum size of 7,000 square meters. That could be accommodated on a ground floor, distributed over 2 floors in terms of how that footprint would like to go. The requirement is that there is a variety of uses in each building. The policy establishes that there would not be sufficient size for a standalone warehouse in one building. That would not achieve the policy direction. I hope that that helps answer the question.
Well, if it's possible to derive from that statement what the maximum possible warehouse use space would be, then it would be a satisfactory answer. And the reason I drill down on this is earlier you said that we have enough generally of employment uses and warehouses, and therefore we were looking to make sure we had variety. And so it follows to my mind that staff had in mind creating a planning system here that would limit overall the amount of warehousing. And what we've heard from the public and from members of council is a desire to make sure that any warehousing is minor. So I would ask, can you think of a way to achieve what the public and council, or at least some members of council, might like to see here, which is to make it crystal clear that any warehousing use is minor, rather than, you know, mega warehouses or any other thing. In other words, the variety policy doesn't comfort people because they can't calculate what the upside or what the maximum is going to be. It's too hard to understand. So if council gave staff more time to work on that, could you come up with the magic answer that would satisfy everybody? That seems to be the central, I mean, I'm starting to think it's one of the most central issues here. And I have one more question after that one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through to you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking over at Mr. Charles here, who's scribbling something down. Sorry, thank you for your indulgence. So it is possible, if we were to look at the official plan amendment to, in the land use portion, if warehousing would not exceed more than 50% of an individual unit, that would indicate it to be minor, as one possibility, as a way in the official plan to ensure that, again, it is something that is not the predominant use, to continue to complement those first two policies that I mentioned in the land use structure, which is no building is going to exceed 7,000 square meters, and individual buildings shall accommodate a variety of uses.
Okay. I actually like that because I'm mindful of cases in other places in town where we have industry and office and warehousing not allowed, and they wind up coming to us for site-specific amendments in order to be able to get a little bit of storage in the back and have that warehousing. How long would it take you to, or are you proposing to change that here now? Would you need time to do that, or are you doing that now?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me some indulgence here. Perhaps Mr.
We can be
Charles
patient, honest.
weigh in.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, one way in which we could capture that type of a policy would be sub 9 in that whole section. And that would then be reflected in implementing zoning, where it would provide a cap on the amount of warehousing that would be, or again, storage, whatever, however it's classified within the individual units. And that then becomes a measurement that then has to be reviewed, whether it's through business license or site plan or what have you, to ensure that the warehousing component of a use is not excessive.
And do you need any statutory time to make such a small change to this, or can you do that, or are you, I'm just not clear whether you can provide us that tonight or whether you need to come back.
I think, Mr. Mayor, for the greatest benefit, we can cycle that back through and then bring it back to council as part of the next cycle, simply because that will ensure that we're providing full notice on an addition of another policy.
Okay. And then I have one more question around timing. Taking note of the discussion that Ms. Coburn gave us about, I hesitate to call it confusion, but the fact that we're a few days away from July 1st when we become a full planning authority instead of only half a planning authority, and because Bill 185's been read past and just waits. I think, as a matter of fact, it was even given royal assent. it looks like on July 1st, we are going to be a fully fledged planning authority. It's not a graduation exactly because we were one before the region was created in 1974. So we're going to go back to our old powers, let's say. I digress to editorialize. This delaying one cycle has the benefit that when you come back, if it's in July, we'll know who we are.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The approval authority for the town now becomes the province, whereas the region acted on the province's behalf previously. There is still some further work, I guess I'll say, with the province just to identify what areas of exemption are available to the municipality. I can tell you the province doesn't want to see every single little OPA that goes before them. So that still needs to be worked out, but through correspondence with them, I'm sure we can provide further clarity to council at the next meeting.
Okay, so our administrative or jurisdictional clarity will increase after the 1st of July sometime, when they tell us what they want to look at and what they don't want to look at. Fine. All right, those are my questions. Councillor Haslett-Deal and then Councillor Elgar.
Just a couple points of clarification. Thank you for the suggestion that we have some time to look into things, and I would suggest that we're going to probably have a few other things we'd like to add to that before the night's out. When we talk about the EA, an EA was done as part of this process. And there is a statement in the EA that they could only, the experts' comment back was they could not provide us with certainty that the land was not contaminated. In fact, they used the statement, it is uncertain. So we know that based on that original. So in this next iteration of what would it be different in terms of, would it be a different agency that's going to do that assessment? Because it's part of the framework of your assessment about what could be on the land, is there a way to do that more detailed analysis to at least ensure that there isn't a possible opportunity to do something different on that land? Depending on what's in it, what's around it, what abating it might be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the environmental site assessment, which speaks specifically to the quality of the soil and whether there are contaminants in the soil, was done at the outset of the application back in 2022, and actually a little bit earlier than that. The regulation that is referenced in the OPA and why the ESA has been provided for as a requirement in the AA is because there's an expiry on the validity of that report. And it's, to your point, to ensure that it's capturing the conditions within a specific window of time in order to act on and receive the RSC if required. So the future development stages, the future zoning bylaw amendment, the applicant will have to prepare a new environmental site assessment in accordance with the regulation to demonstrate whether or not there is some form of contaminant that needs to be mediated and to whatever degree, or there isn't. And that will take part in that assessment. With the original submission, which indicated that a future phase was required, that would have been the phase 2.
Thank you for your patience with all our questions.
Anytime.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I'm pleased to see where it looks like we may be going tonight, because the 7,000 square meters, especially it's worded, and wording is everything, it's individual business. And that's 7,000 square meters is 75,347 square feet, which is 1.73 acres. So you could have building 1.73 acres, another building 1.73 acres. So this is critical, and we have to get that sorted out. So and it's all about the wording and the details. So the sooner we get that sorted out, the better. I thank you.
Councillor, thank you for your support for my direction there. Any others on council? All right, we're gonna hear from the public now. We have there was 2 dozen this afternoon who wanted to talk, and I understand the number has increased. I'd like to ask you, I believe this is going to come back and not going to be decided tonight. If you have information to add to the staff's consideration of the issues that we spoke about, it's welcome now. I just want you to know that you get another time to speak as well. So, and so you get to have both. If everybody takes their 10 minutes, that's a minimum of 4 hours ahead of us. And you know, I hope we all enjoy this form of evening activity. And before we go to you, we're going to spend a little bit of time with the applicant. And I just wanted you to start thinking in terms of, you know, the best kind of information you can give council tonight is your response to what the report says and to what the council and staff have brought out and put in the air in front of you, rather than to repeat a position that we may have already heard from you before. So please think about that while we now call the applicant and hear their presentation and subject them to our questions. Madam Clerk?
David Sajecki is the partner of Sajecki Planning, Inc., and the consultant for Infrastructure Ontario.
Mr. Sajecki, welcome. We look forward to your information. I'd like it even more if I could hear him.
Oh, sorry, is that better?
It wasn't your fault. We were slow on turning on the mic.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Burden and members of council. My name is David Sajecki. I'm a principal at Sajecki Planning, and we are the land use planning consultant representing Infrastructure Ontario on the application. And joining me tonight is Valeria Sokolenko, who is a senior planner with the firm. What you'll hear tonight in my presentation has many similarities to the presentation provided by Ms. Coburn. I did want to provide one somewhat interesting just piece of information up front with regards to the Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessments. There actually was a Phase 2 environmental site assessment that was completed. It was never submitted. What's ironic about it is that there's an 18-month period whereby a Phase 1 or Phase 2 assessment is considered usable. And it was conducted on June 15th, 2022. So it's just outside of that period of time, but it did identify that there are no contaminants for the soil. It was conducted under the specifics of a specific development concept, so it was not submitted because during that time, Infrastructure Ontario was undergoing a review of all potential uses for that site.
So just to finish that thought, it follows that you and IO are presumably comfortable with the news that they've got to do another Phase 2.
You never know, because they have to do a Phase 2, and absolutely that is fully supported by IO, that's fully supported by us, the planning consultant, but that is identified as part of as one of the requirements for a zoning bylaw amendment.
So in general, you're appearing in support of the proposal by staff?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. Please go on.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the location of the site within the context of the larger area. To the south of the site is the Ford Motor Plant. There's a lot of discussion around D6 guidelines. The Ford Motor Plant is considered a Class 3 facility. What that means from the guidelines is that it needs to be set back a minimum of 300 meters from sensitive uses, as well as there's a 1,000-meter area of influence. And what the area of influence means is it's an area where any potential impacts may be felt. The site itself, under the official plan amendment, would not permit a Type 3 facility. So it is a Type 3 facility that permits the 24/7 use of the site, and that is under the direction of continuous movement of products or employees which is under the type 3, class 3 facility. A class 1 has a minimum 20-meter separation distance to sensitive uses, whereas a class 2 facility has a minimum 70-meter separation distance to sensitive uses. The site itself is identified in this image by red. It is adjacent, it was directly west of Sherwood. To the east of it is Kingsford Gardens Park, and the Clearview neighborhood is east of that. Next slide, please. This slide is just scaling in more on the site itself. Again, the site is identified in red on this slide. It is bordered to the west by Ford Drive, to the south by Kingsway Drive, and to the east by Sherwood Heights Drive, and the north is generally the intersection of the QEW and Highway 403. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background on the site. The site itself is managed by Infrastructure Ontario on behalf of the province. It was identified surplus by the province. In 2022, excuse me, it was removed from the Parkway Belt West Plan. The Parkway Belt designation are for lands that are intended to be reserved for linear infrastructure. So it's not designated for parks, it's designated for transportation infrastructure, hydro infrastructure, hard infrastructure. There is, because it was removed from the Parkway Belt West Plan, but it is still identified in the Livable Oakville Plan, there is no underlying land use designation. As a site is no longer within the Parkway Belt West Plan, a designation needs to be applied to it to outline the uses of the permissions on the site. This application is seeking to apply a land use designation to the site, as well as site-specific policies to guide the future development of the site. It is an official plan amendment. As mentioned numerous times, it is not a zoning bylaw amendment, and no development application has been made for the site. Next slide, please. This slide is intended really to speak to the differences between what an official plan amendment is and what a zoning bylaw amendment is. The official plan sets the vision for land use planning for a municipality. It speaks to an urban hierarchy, identifying where intensities are intended to be located in terms of density, where the greatest growth is meant to occur, how you can supplement that with the transportation system. It also identifies land use designations as well as other citywide policies. A zoning bylaw's purpose is to regulate the use of any parcel of land and to identify how a parcel of land can be developed. As mentioned, the site is zoned utility. It does not have a specific land use designation at this point, so the application is to bring forward a land use designation for the lands, and in the future, a zoning bylaw amendment would be required with any development application. Next slide, please. The purpose of the application is to provide a policy framework for what that future development of the site could look like after Infrastructure Ontario sells the site and the landowner moves forward with a development application. Again, no development application is currently proposed, although a concept plan or a demonstration plan was part of the original application. This is really just to show one potential way that a site could build out. It is not a development application. A future purchaser will be required to submit a zoning bylaw amendment and a site plan application. That process typically takes 18 months to multiple years to complete. Next slide, please. The original application was to apply a business land use designation. The definition for business employment is a wide range of businesses and industrial uses. The uses in the business employment areas are intended to be predominantly within enclosed buildings and provide for office uses and light service industrial operations with minimal impacts on the surrounding areas. And we highlighted the words minimal impacts on the surrounding areas. As part of the refinement of this designation, we limited the size and type of uses I'll go into more detail on the specific policy amendments. We did identify as well, too, that no outdoor storage is to be permitted on site. And we provided consideration for urban design, public realm, and low-impact development, and identified a whole series of studies that would be required in order to move forward with the development application. So next slide, please. This slide really breaks down the column on the left identifies a few of the considerations, and then the column on the right identifies the specific site provisions that have made its way into the official plan amendment. It is to identify that any development application that moves forward will be subject to a land use compatibility study. We identified additional specific uses to be included. Those include the addition of accessory retail, restaurants, art galleries, places of entertainment, and animal shelters. Again, no outdoor storage. We limited the building size. We provided specific requirements around screening. We also identified a whole series of studies around land use compatibility, transportation impact study, environmental impact assessments, arborist reports, et cetera, that would need to be provided. I realize I only have a minute, so I'll go through the slides quickly. But next slide, please. The revised OPA includes new policy requiring any future development to address urban design directions in the Livable by Design manual. It has a series of site-specific urban design guidelines. Again, it speaks in detail to the land use compatibility. If we can move to the next slide, please. We have conducted a full review of all of the land use designations in the Livable Oakville plan. This was based on looking at the official plan's policy, the existing context, including access to the transportation network, considering economic development opportunities, land use compatibility, the relationship to the forward plan, as well as the relationship to the neighborhood, Clearview neighborhood, looking at transition, market feasibility. What moved forward, we also looked at OPA 26, the employment and commercial review. The recommendation that came forward was to continue with the business employment use. I'm actually going to skip forward a few slides to, it's in the appendix. We could go forward 3 or 4 slides. There's a couple items I want to just identify because I will run out of time. Next slide, please. These are all the employment designations in the official plan, but I want to go forward one more just to identify some of the key differences between the permitted uses under office employment and business employment. Both do permit offices. One key consideration is that office employment permits major offices, whereas offices would be at a lower scale under business employment. The OPA has been drafted in a way to identify the range of uses possible on the site, but to make them subject to detailed study of noise, vibration, traffic, air quality, and that any industrial use would only be permitted if it could demonstrate that there are no adverse impacts on the residential neighborhood. And we did again specify other additional uses that we pulled in from, primarily from the business commercial, to allow permissions for art galleries, animal shelters, retail and restaurants, accessory retail uses. So with that, in terms of next steps, it would be the next step, pending approval, adoption and approval of the official plan amendment, would be the future sale of the site. Infrastructure Ontario is still undertaking the due diligence for that work. They have a duty, this could include a duty to consult with First Nations, the Ministry of Infrastructure approvals, and this process could take 9 to 12 months. Following that would be a development application by the successful landowner. That could be another 12 to 18 months. And that would also kickstart a new public notice and consultation period. And that again would be followed by site plan and building permit. So nothing is happening tomorrow. I'm on the site as well. I just want to make that clear. And I know I've gone over time, but I'm happy to address questions or to
Mr. Jackie, I robbed you of some time with my interruptions at the start of your proposal, and I would never intend to short you at this end of it. I had a councillor ask earlier if the municipality was in line to buy surplus provincial land. You may be able to answer that for the councillor.
So I would need to go back to Infrastructure Ontario for the specific answer on that. But my understanding is that when Infrastructure Ontario provides lands for disposition, that undertakes a public process, and it is open to all public entities, including the town.
So the answer is the town is free to bid.
That's correct.
Thank you. My next question is, are you okay with what we were discussing, which is limiting the warehousing to 50% of the buildings? And, there's a 7,000 square meter limit already. So we would wind up with 2 limits on warehousing. Would you and your client be comfortable with both of those?
I would need to take that question back to my client.
Okay. And then could you do us all a favor? And make clearer the point that I thought you made, that 24/7 operation would not be permitted on this land because it would constitute creating another Class 3 operation, and that would be too close to the sensitive uses and the park, the sensitive uses, which include the residents.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
All right, well, that should relieve somebody of that issue, if nothing else. Councillor Elgar and then Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, through Mayor Burton. Thank you for coming. You are a planning qualified planner.
I am, yes.
What could we do to put in our plan going forward that we could ensure we wouldn't have warehousing, 1.73 acre warehouses through the whole place? And the 724, I was sure that our premier put in effect things where, because of COVID, all of a sudden things opened up now, and you can't reinforce 724 for an awful lot of things, for noise.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Elgar, I would need to provide you offline with a specific answer on 724. With regards to controls over the size of the warehousing, again, I don't think I'm in a position right now to provide a specific answer on that. There are a series of controls that go beyond the official plan amendment to look at the regulation of the size of the facilities as well. They would be subject to identifying, a specific zone, which in this case is likely to be the E2 zone. But as working through that process, there are specific regulations that can be added to amendment as well too. So there are opportunities. Obviously, the transportation impact study would need to be reviewed in detail to look at, how does the facilities operate, and is it at an appropriate level? Public consultation would be part of the zoning bylaw amendment process as well. So I hope that answers part of the question, but I wouldn't be able to answer that full question right now.
No, I appreciate, but, because I do think it's going to go back tonight based on what I'm hearing, and I'm glad to hear that, because I know, I remember years ago at one meeting, a planner got up and he said, we're merely setting the table. But by the next day, not only was the table set, everything was gone from it too. So I really hope that you're listening and can go back to Infrastructure Ontario, see what we can do here to make it work for everybody. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You skipped through a couple of pages there to try to keep to the time, which is great. Everybody here this evening is here for this one item. Any items on those slides that will cause us to lose sleep tonight, not knowing what's there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Giddings. First off, I want to just identify that I know change is really hard. I'm sure a lot of it is being discussed in your jobs every day in every council meeting, probably results in constituents of the town losing sleep, and I understand that. In terms of what specifically was included within those slides, we could go back a couple of slides. I mean, primarily it spoke to, I covered it just with regards to speaking through it myself, but some of the keys, I did not identify all of the studies that are required as part of a zoning bylaw amendment. And what is different through this application than perhaps many other zoning bylaw amendments is specifying, and I would actually say this is sort of to Councillor Elgar's comment, setting the table in a different way than many other official plan amendments have, because before going to a pre-application meeting and receiving a checklist from the town and understanding what the development requirements are through that, this is actually identifying within the official plan requirements over and above what you would typically see in official plan amendment that need to be completed. And those do include a noise and vibration study, for example, an air quality study, an arborist report, a consideration for low impact development. And that consideration, specifically when it comes to low impact development, is looking at what are measures that can go in place to promote sustainable development, to encourage less runoff, to have more permeable spaces, more planting material, to provide a better transition from the adjacent park and the Clearview neighborhood to this. There was also a further discussion around mixed use and around office employment. Infrastructure Ontario throughout this process has been working with town staff, and one of the things that they've been looking to achieve is to mitigate the impacts of the intensity of the development. So we're not talking about what you might find in a typical, mixed-use building, an 8-story mid-rise or an office tower of 15 stories. There has been a thoughtful approach to trying to look at, you have your floor plan on one side, you have a residential neighborhood on the other side. How do you try to transition that down and be mindful of the concerns of the residents, for sure. And I understand that it's challenging. Seeing change is challenging, and the whole region is evolving rapidly, changing rapidly.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Chisholm?
Thank you. Test. Yes, there you go. I'm going to jump out of the box here a little bit. And my question was, I'm ready from the beginning with respect to the pecking order with respect to purchasing this property. And we'll wait to see how that falls out. But coming out of the box, I guess it's more directed to staff with respect to, have we had any ideas or indications that we could purchase the property ourselves and put it through our municipal development corporation for self-development for the town? Has there been any consideration of us looking at that? Somebody getting up there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have no information on that issue this evening.
May I suggest through you, Worship, that we would have that put on the issues list to look at the possibilities of a quick report as part of that, so we have a full comprehensive analysis of what we can do with that property. Thank you.
Councillor Chisholm, thank you for the suggestion. Later on, maybe we can meet in a session close to the public, and our town solicitor can explain the pros and cons of that, which I believe will be mostly cons. Madam C, I thank you for your help.
Sorry about that.
CAO Closey.
Mayor Burton, is it on? Yeah. I was going to suggest that when the province declares the lands for disposition and we get a notice from them that they're surplus, we normally bring a report through to council in terms of what we would like to do to the property. So in that report, we can assess how council would like to go forward, and we can assess whether or not purchase by the MDC is something that council would want to consider, at least as one of the options. So I think we have that option just at a later date when the province is actually moving forward to sell the property.
Through you, Your Worship, as long as we're in the lineup with respect to when this comes available to us, so that we're not too late getting to home base on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's important that we not color our planning decision with that consideration. I think we need to keep those two thoughts separate in our heads. Okay, Councillor Hazlet-Thiel.
So I'm grateful to my council colleagues for all their questions. The one chart where you put low and medium density, and we know we've got a major emitter, and there's this separation, and we all want to make sure, nobody wants to question that it's a major emitter. We know that. But we have housing within if you got a good arm, baseball throw, from those lands. How deep of a conversation and analysis did you have on some potential for housing? Further to Councillor McNeese's question.
Through you, Mayor Burden, to Councillor Hazlet-Thiel. We've been working with an environmental consultant throughout the study who has conducted a land use compatibility study looking at the D6 guidelines. The way the D6 guidelines work is it's not from the specific location where the emissions are occurring, it's from the property boundary. And when you look at the Ford plan, it's interesting because the ownership is obviously Ford, but it's broken down into two separate parcels. One parcel is designated Parkways Belt, whereas the other component is designated industrial. From the industrial, you're required to have the 300-meter distance. A portion of that site is of the Sherwood Heights property is outside of that 300 meters, but there's a portion of that site that is inside of it. All of that site would be under the area of influence. We also looked at, and the area of influence is 1,000 meters. We also looked at, just from understanding the policy in the town's official plan, of where, based on the hierarchy of needs, where the town would like to see residential, and it didn't meet the criteria that was based under, but it was looked at, and we did certainly consider residential as part of that analysis. And it was not just Infrastructure Ontario that considered residential as part of that analysis. There was an ongoing conversation with the town as it was going through each designation.
Thank you for that answer.
Would you know, Mr. Sajecki, if the province would have a preference with regard to high or low density for putting housing on any of its surplus land?
That would be a question that would certainly be better addressed by Infrastructure Ontario. However, I do know that one of the province's mandates is to maximize the value of that land. So, within a reasonable context, obviously working with the town, they are looking at how do they leverage the value of provincial assets.
Thank you. I think we can all decode that answer. Thank you very much for your generosity with your time and your answers. We appreciated it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Madam Clerk, I understand we now have 36 delegations. You're supposed to try to fit within 10 minutes. That's 6 hours. It is 8 p.m. We meet until 10:30 unless we pass a resolution to go past the hour. Let's see how far we get here. Madam Clerk, would you call the first delegation?
The first delegation is John Shield.
Welcome, Mr. Shield. We look forward to your information. Okay, look, did we forget already what I told you about the rules? About behavior? Really, I mean, come on. We got 6 hours ahead of us here. Can't we behave? Thank you.
Before I start, could I have this slide put on first, the first of the many, many slides, just so I can, that's it, thank you. Okay, John Shield. I was here 2 years ago, and nothing seems to have changed like since then. the proposal was more or less the same. It's like a monopoly board. We moved a couple of hotels and, properties around, but it's the same thing. I told you about a toxic dump. It's a clone of many Ford plants in the States. It's directly across, and if you look at that slide, it's the first one I'm handing out as homework for the councillors, across from where the work is being done. It's like 100 feet away. Those kind of dumps, if the province knows about them, have to be 500 meters away from anything. Some Clearview homes happen to be near that dump. It's a real dump, guys. I don't think you've done anything like you promised last time. So, I want to talk about Infrastructure Ontario, and it's very important because they're an instrument in all of this stuff, everywhere you go in this province. It's not a government organization. It's like a limited liability company. It has limited capital. If it's doing something sensitive for the government and someone wants to sue, they can sue it, but they can't sue the government. It's like a prophylactic, if you wish, to keep funny things away from the government. They have no responsibility to individuals like residents or anybody else. The only responsibility is the government. They're basically a sole source consultant to the government. You won't find anybody else here like ABC Company doing something like what Infrastructure Ontario is doing. I don't trust them because I ran into them in the Parkway. They had 8 or 10 different reports, environmental, didn't matter what, wildlife. I got all the copies, and everything I'm telling you here is, by the way, factual. It's backed up by emails, town emails. I've got a lot of stuff from FOI. I'm saying nothing that I can't prove. I can't do it in 10 minutes, but I can bring my boxes here if you want. So everything was supposedly passed in the Parkway, and I cut into this thing by accident. And the only person that shut down development of the Parkway, which is north of this, north of the QEW, was John Shield. Okay? It's a horrendous thing that they were going to do. They were going to put ponds on top of stormwater sewers, stormwater settling ponds. Infrastructure Ontario had designed ponds for that. What they do is use consultants in everything they do. Okay, they got coordinators for consultants. And if there's a problem or a report that's been mislabeled or misses something or whatever else, it's the consultant's problem. And they're the ones that are going to get fingered, not in Infrastructure Ontario. So they're like limited with regard to access in terms of lawsuits or anything else. So these consultants, like they better, I can tell you, not one environmental comment was made in 8 reports twice, like the preliminary and finals for the Parkway. None, none, none. And you're hearing none now, and please don't interrupt. Sherwood Heights, it's the same thing, okay? So, like, I'm telling you that the dump is there, okay? And you're gonna, I'm giving you homework, there's 14 sheets of something like that. I have a letter blacked out from the QEW concession, which was part of the Ontario government, that says that site, that's the dump, is being ceded to Ford Motor Company because they filled their dump on the Parkway. From 53 to 63, the dump was filled. They filled this dump from 63 to 73. And then they were moved to Fourth Line dump, where they put all their stuff then. The Fourth Line dump is the only dump that I know of these 3 that is lined in terms of, like, well, not the best of anything, but it's, it has a moat around it. And they collect 60,000 cubic meters of leachate a year at the Fourth Line dump. These 2 dumps, the Parkway dump, which we're not really going to talk about much here, and the Ford Motor Company dump, which is very relevant to Sherwood, there's nothing, it's just dirt covered. And those 2 dumps are beside Joshua's Creek. They're real. They're not going away. And I'm telling you this because I want this recorded for the 3rd time now that I've told you this. And I'm going to hold councillors, and I think every law firm out there is going to look at you guys as directors of a public company. And if you're not doing your job from what residents like me are telling you, you're going to be liable somehow or other, and I hope it happens. And I really hope, quite frankly, what my being here causes you to look at what I'm telling you very seriously. Because of overdevelopment, Joshua's Creek is going to flood. We've been through all of that and everything else, so that's fine. The governments, all governments, and I'm talking about Oakville, I'm talking about Halton, I'm talking about the Ministry of Environment, everybody in this province has a full court press on suppressing information about toxic dumps, okay? That's what they do. They're good at it. I ask them questions, they don't answer. They write letters about a different topic that I talked about, and it goes on and on like that. So it's deny, deflect, do all of that stuff. So if you don't see evil, and you know, all the rest, it isn't there. I've asked the town and other people, Halton, to do something about the Ford dump. Halton doesn't know about it. They've never been told, okay? Oakville's been told, Halton's been told. They won't go and test it. If you don't go and test it, it isn't there, okay? I can prove it's there. Easy, piece of cake. So, okay. The government uses junior staff, okay, to write letters. I've got some of them in the handout to you guys, so you're going to see them. And you've used them yourselves against me to give me a government letter that says there's no waste there. The owner of the dump says there's nothing on our land, okay? And it goes on like that. In government letters, Ministry of Environment, junior employees. And councillors use those letters, and they've been waved in my face, to tell me that the Ministry of Environment says there's nothing there, okay? You're clean, right? You're not anymore, because I'm telling you those letters are no good. I marked them up. I can prove everything I've said, okay? So, anyway, I know it's a long night for you guys. If you could go to these slides things that I have and just go through them real fast. I'm just going to tell everybody what's there. I'm not going to go through each one of them. You can all look at them. You understand pictures. No big deal. There are the 3 dumps, okay? The Ford Motor Company one is in the bottom. It's real. And there are many cloned dumps like that in the States, shut down basically by EPA. We don't have an EPA in Ontario. There's no such thing here. Okay, this is a Wild West of dumps. No kidding. Wild West, okay? So I've given you some maps in the handout of where the dumps are. I've given you the land use or near landfill or dumps. Landfill is a horrible word because it implies it's chipboard or rocks or something like that. These dumps are toxic. They're benzene, toluene, paint sludge, all of that stuff. Horrible, horrible, okay? All the work that all of you guys have done and presented before, it's a waste of time. You have to look at this, okay? All the rest of it, all the consultants' reports, all of the procedures, all the rest is a total waste of time, okay? This is where everything has to go back. Ford Motor Company, they own this one dump. No one will tell me in writing that they own it, but the land was given to them back in 1963. Okay, it's an old dump. The auto industry, and I've given you a lot of sites where in the States they've gone into the Ford Motor Company, EPA, that dump, you guys got to do something with it, $110 million US, just remediate it so it doesn't migrate any further than it has. Oakville has that problem 3 times just with those 3 dumps. And the one across the street from this development these consultants, are proposing is a joke. It's an absolute joke. It's a real dump, okay? Do you know that the rugby club plays on top of the 9th Line dump, north of this? Do you know that the showers that they take, there's signs in the rugby club that says don't inhale the vapors. They have a well, they don't have town water. The well goes into where the dump is, nearby, okay? They won't do anything because they're conflicted, because if they do something, they lose their land. Everyone in this town is conflicted. Real estate agents, when they sell a property, they know about the dumps, but they won't say anything. A barber won't talk about it in his barber shop because the customers won't come back. Ratepayers groups don't want to know about them because house values might be affected. Everyone is inflicted, including you guys, because you didn't put the dumps there. Someone else did. So on your watch, why should you look at it, okay? So I can prove what I'm telling you. Just call me back. I'm available to anybody, ratepayers groups. I'm a chemical engineer. I've done an awful lot of things. And I know what a chemical is, okay? I used to inhale it in labs in chemical engineering school way back in the 60s. I shouldn't have done that, but I did because nobody knew what it was at that point. The letters of the junior staff, I put 3 of them, Ministry of Environment, 3 letters, that you guys use to get away from the responsibility that I'm telling you that you have. It's real, okay? No joke, okay? So they're in the handout, and the public can have them too. Look at them. My comments are in there. They're in red, you'll see, and I can prove everything I put in red. And the status of the dump testing of the 3 dumps is in one little Excel model. I put that in, and you're going to see an awful lot of red. I've been told that the dumps have all been tested. That's a lie. It's not true. Most of the testing that has to be done is a lie. And like, for example, the leachate is something that you take out of the dump, not out of the river or the creek beside it. The Ministry of Environment calls one the other and vice versa. Anyway, I'm finished. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shield, for renewing your plight here. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Misra Jaya. Is Misra Jaya online? So it might take some time to join. Jaya, can you
Hey,
use your microphone?
hey, hi. Hey, hi.
Hello.
I was just here to understand what this land was going to be used for. Um, I'd love to bring it to the other residents in Clearview, and yeah, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Have you been able to watch the entire meeting?
I heard parts of it, yes.
So hopefully that answer, you've been provided that answer now. As well, there's a staff report on the town's website which goes into 18 pages of detail if you're interested in that.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Alina Oel. My mic wasn't on. Alina Oel.
Welcome, ma'am. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you. I'm just a little shorter than everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know if the table, I know the table goes up. I don't know if it goes down any, but.
I've put together a presentation. Unfortunately, it was beyond the deadline, so I did make copies for all of the councillors here tonight. And if IT can focus the camera on my presentation here on the table, that would be ideal. Thank you so much. So I'm here really, I'm a resident of Clearview. I've resided in Oakville for over 25 years, and more specifically in Clearview. I raised a family, two sons that have gone to school both in Clearview and in Oakville, and still reside in Oakville as well. So what I basically would like to say, and the message that I'd like to present here, is that that land, that provincial land that we're speaking of, serves as a buffer to all of the things that we're talking about here, to the QEW, to Ford Drive, and to the industrial, which for the Ford Motor Company is a lot further away than people seem to be talking about here today. You know, when we talk about the proposed industrial, it'll be much closer to the residential than Ford could ever be. So, and anyway, I digress. I'm going to move over here to the next slide. The Oakville official plan, as described in 2006, I will read this section that I wanted to highlight. Clearview is the smallest, or it was anyway, the smallest residential community in Oakville, and yet it's surrounded by industrial as you know it. On the north end at Sherwood Heights, the north side of Sherwood Heights, we do have industrial there. A lot of it vacant. So when we talk about rezoning an area to sell for the purpose of industrial, it upsets me because we have already industrial area which is vacant. The section I wanted to highlight is that it states that that area is to, the Clearview area is any development should be a reasonable full range of support, should have a full range of support facilities consisting of local schools, parks, and commercial facilities. We're talking about support for facilities. We're not talking about bringing in industrial, and that's my concern. Next page here. And this goes on to talk about the description as providing substantial buffer zones. And in that, this is in the description of Clearview specifically. Buffer zones to industrial areas, to the Queen Elizabeth Way. There's necessary forms of elements in the overall plan for Clearview community that they're buffered from these areas, the residential as well as sensitive areas like the park and other areas that I'm going to speak of. And also the use of single-loaded local streets adjacent to Ford Drive. If we see heavier traffic, what we have now with a single lane each way on Kingsway Drive, we'll lose those bike lanes which were just put in. Making Oakville livable, I want to highlight the area here. Lands in the Greenbelt are part of a broad area of land that is permanently protected, primarily for the purpose of protecting the natural heritage and water resources within that area. And that was a description of the Greenbelt that we're talking about. This is from the 2019 Recreational Trail Accessibility Audit. Within the green section here, the trails, the walking trails, which I use every day, and so do many others. They go right through the park area there. They run along Kingsway and Kingsford Park. I also want to highlight in this area, and there was much discussion about studies. Avonhead Park is right across the street from said location. And we heard about different studies that were being proposed or that is going to be done further down the road. And one of them was an archaeological study, which has not been done. And I know it is necessary. It is a requirement of the province to do an archaeological assessment and to zone that in ahead of time or to open that up before an archaeological assessment is done would be a downfall for everybody here. I've highlighted a couple of areas, both within the provincial policy statement, which wasn't discussed here tonight. 1.1.1 in the provincial policy statement states that healthy, livable, and safe communities are sustained by avoiding development and land use patterns which may cause environmental or public health and safety concerns. Well, clearly, that would be a public health and safety concern when you have two soccer pitches right across the street from said property. That's a safety concern. You've got a dog park. That's a safety concern. Those are just two things that I'd like to highlight. And also in the official plan, here on 3.9, some growth and change may occur in the residential areas provided the character of the area is preserved and the overall urban structure of the town is upheld. The character of the residential areas will be significantly influenced by their relationship to the National Heritage System, parks, and open space areas. And this definitely describes that to a T. when you come into Clearview neighborhood through Ford Drive and Kingsway, it's going to change the whole perspective of that area when you come into the community. There's nothing that you can do to hide industry when you're looking at it on the way in. This was an interesting one for me, and these measurements were taken from the town zoning link on Oakville town's website. So I'm going to point to this section right here in the first picture from the boundary of the property in said question to the first home on Winterbourne Drive is 100 meters. And if you look at the measurement from said property line to across the street where the dog park is only 25 meters. Adjacent to the dog park is a bee pollinator zone for the area vegetable gardens that are in that area as well. Highly sensitive areas, obviously. There's nothing that you can do to provide a buffer, let's say, between a bee pollination area and industry. Here's a picture of, I'm just going to go through the pictures here that I took of the neighborhood, just to give those of you that don't live in our neighborhood but are speaking to it. I thought I'd take a few pictures and present them here tonight so that you know what we're voting on and what we're talking about. We have a community vegetable garden. There's a pollinator garden there, which is phenomenal. It's exactly what every community should have. We're very proud of the area. The vegetable community garden, as I mentioned, here's the picture, one picture of it. There's for those that you don't know, it's very popular. There is a 7-year wait list to acquire a plot. So, hey, perhaps making that area a plot would be a thought for council.
Ma'am, can you finish?
Yes, I'll go through the pictures. There's only 4 more here. This is, in this picture here, the vegetable garden, the green space, and you can see across the street, it's that on the other end of the street, you could see where the land starts. So it's quite visual. It's very, 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 very close proximity. And soccer fields. The dog park, which is used by all of the pets in the neighborhood. And one of the pictures here that I took this afternoon, this is the bike lane. We're looking at Kingsway Drive here and Ford Drive. So any trucks or heavier traffic coming around the corner, it's an accident waiting to happen. And I think that needs to be considered for safety.
Ma'am, thank you very much for the time you took to bring us these concerns.
Thank you.
So we only believe in rules when we like them? Is that the way this works here? Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Vishal Narayan.
Hello, sir. Welcome. Council looks forward to your information. Do you want to adjust the microphone or any?
Yes, can everyone hear me? All right, there we go. First up, thank you, Mayor Burton, and thank you, councillors, for all of the points you've made forward today. Thanks to the planners and my fellow residents for taking the time today. A little bit about me. I moved to Oakville in 2022, so I haven't been here for too long. Moved to the Clearview neighborhood with the idea of starting a family. We are expecting our first child, so a little stressed about that, but what I did not expect is to be stressed on a Monday evening about how zoning laws work, so let's sort of go through a few of this together. I'll try to keep my conversation brief, so we have other people maybe spend some more time. With that, next slide. All right, so 3 key points I want to address, presenting some of my concerns and let's say opposition to the current proposal for the zoning or the land use designation. 3 points I want to address. The first is around inadequate and somewhat misleading communication related to this development. The second is around community safety and the environmental impact, which I think we've heard a fair bit about already. And the third one is an umbrella of, is this the best use of this land? Like, we are in a housing crisis, we are in a lack of green space. That's probably the biggest thing, not just in the media, but a significant concern here in the room as well. So those are the 3 things I want to address. With that, next slide. Let's spend a little bit of time on this, because this is something that we haven't spoken about a lot. We ran a communication campaign a couple of weeks ago, and in that time, prior to the communication campaign, about 5% of residents, and this is based on, this is not a comprehensive survey, this is based on the number of people we could voluntarily reach. I'm sure we can have a much more scientific method to get to a much more accurate outcome, but about 5% of the residents we spoke to were aware that anything was happening here. A number of them did not receive any individual communication whatsoever. Multiple residents who called in received contradictory or inadequate information about what was happening at the specific location. The other concern is the boards that were put up, one of them is in a ditch right now. This is the notice boards that I put right next to the plot to indicate what's happening there. The other one is on Ford Drive. It wasn't particularly visible till about a month ago, and this is a high traffic area with 18-wheelers zooming by. I mean, the only way I can figure out what's happening on those boards is if I stop and cause a massive pileup on Ford Drive. So that's where we were. In the 2-week campaign, we now have 600 plus signatures on a petition indicating that we want to continue keeping this place as a green space for the community. We have reached 500 plus households, and about 98%, so 1 in 50 people that we have spoken to are against the current proposition that would open this up for a potential E2 designation. Again, not getting into the specifics of how that would play out, but that's the concern that people have. And over 95% of them are against any commercial designation whatsoever. So this is where we are. We've spoken to other wards, and I have taken the time to speak to many of them. Many of the people that are going to be presenting as delegates have spoken to some others. In wards 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7, several members and community groups have expressed concerns around the process and the value associated with this change to the community of Oakville. Next slide, please. So a little bit about this location. This is, I took the center of both locations, so maybe that's why the distance measurements are a bit different here. It's about 67 meters from the dog park, 141 meters from the nearest residential, and it's 397 meters from a school. It is 636 meters, approximately, from the Ford plant. It's actually closer to a school than it is to a Ford plant. So it's closer to a school than it is to the nearest industrial zone. So this thought and some of the comments around having a transition and separation, I'm really interested to understand where that is coming from, given that there is already enough of a transition, given all the green that we see around this. There's this strip of blue in the middle of a whole bunch of green, and that's my thought, that's my concern around this transition that has been brought up by the planners. The other thing I wanted to mention is around other options that we can explore. One of the land use designations was around neighborhood commercial. That could be something that we can explore. One of the biggest concerns with the current land use designation that has been mentioned is this idea of light industrial use. It is too broad, and that's maybe the biggest concern here, is that the proposition that has been put forward is too broad. I think the planners have, and the staff have already mentioned that this does leave the opportunity open for many other things that we can explore, and I think that's the concern here. There are too many things that can be done, and a bunch of those options are not favorable to the community. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip through this. Just wanted to keep a bigger view of the map. Next slide, please. So a few areas of concerns, the safety and value concern. Big one is this keeps the potential option of heavy vehicles, 24/7 operation, and as many folks have mentioned, around warehousing. So if we can classify some of the things associated with the current land use designation, that would definitely be helpful. The other thing to consider is there is already significant unused industrial zone available on Cornwall and Royal Windsor Drive. In fact, I'll just ask people if you want to look at 2577 Royal Windsor Drive or 416 Cornwall Road on Google Maps and just look at a street view. In fact, just take any location on Cornwall or Royal Windsor Drive, south of the tracks near Ford Drive, you would see how much empty area just exists, which has been zoned as industrial and is not being used. The goal here should not be to subsidize further land use for something that is already not being used. A few statistics here that I want to identify. Residential proximity to industrial areas are a key cause of adverse long-term health outcomes, and green space and increases life expectancy and improves quality of life for any community. Few things to consider as we think about how we use this land. Next slide, please. A few ideas of responsible zoning. Currently, there is industrial, there is residential, and there is this whole regional road in between. Something very similar exists on Cornwall Drive west of Chartwell Road. There is a massive road in between, and then there are industrial and residential areas separated. This is examples of land use that we can actually recommend and put forward, something that creates enough of a separation between residential and industrial uses. Next slide, please. I just want to close out on this quickly. Our call to action, we're requesting council to reject the current proposal and explore a land utilization that actually meets the needs of the community. More importantly, it should not be this less desirable option that keeps it to broad interpretation where we can get any proposal that sort of fits the mold, well, kind of, sort of. We need to be a lot more specific about this. And with that, our solution would be, the one that I would want to put forward is, let's preserve some of the green space. Let's look at net positive community developments. And also, let's explore how we can maximize current industrial zone, the one that already exists. I want to close out by saying that, yes, change is hard and change is required, absolutely. But let's explore a way to make useful change, something that actually doesn't turn our little community into, Detroit or something. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your information. Councillor Haslett-Teal.
Actually, I have a question for the delegate.
Sorry about that. I should have stood there. I got a little excited.
That's okay. Thank you for taking the time to delegate and put your delegation together.
Absolutely.
I just want to clarify, because in an earlier conversation, you had talked about the potential of housing. But in this presentation, you talked about how residential being too close to industrial. So are you open to a possibility of housing on that area if it wasn't your first choice, which is the green space?
Absolutely, Councillor. Yes, so if I were to share my recommendation, a requirement for housing is necessary. I started this by saying that one of the greatest needs of our province and our town is to be able to accommodate the growing requirement for housing. So absolutely, if we can make housing a feasible option, we should definitely explore that. That being said, the consultants did mention that there are certain areas of this plot that can be zoned for housing. There is an opportunity to have housing in those areas. Let's explore that. And the rest of the land, maybe that's a much cheaper buy for the town. So there are options here. I'm trying to play Tetris with this land. I'm not an expert on zoning laws whatsoever. But I think my, let's say 7-year-old Tetris mind has a better idea of how we can designate some parts of this to residential and some parts of this to potential other options that are more favorable for that land. Maybe just keeping it as part of the greenbelt, or adding maybe minor business uses like maybe stores or something like that. The broad nature of the E2 is what keeps me concerned.
So thank you for clarifying that for me.
For sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is David Harris.
Mr. Harris, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Well, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I'm going to give you probably about 6,000 words really quickly here. Next slide, please. What we're looking at here is the south end of 2551 Sherwood Heights Drive. And I'm standing on the Tyke. They have a little field hockey pad there. They have little nets and everything for these guys to play around, and it's a great park for them. Next slide, please. Standing in the same spot, I turn sideways, and there's a basketball court. It was originally made for the little guys, but I see a lot of big guys over there too, practicing their hoops. And they have quite a good time at it. Next slide, please. Standing in the same spot, I turn around, and here's a kiddie park, the children's play area. As you can see, it's fairly early in the morning there, so not greatly inhabited, but that park really filled up very quickly. And it's surprising how much fun all those kids are having in there, and the parents get to see there's a little umbrella there that they can sit under, and they don't get too sunburnt while it's going on. Next slide, please. This is the Pollinators Park. It's hard to see what's happening right now, but what they do is get employees to volunteer to work in the Pollinators plot. This group here is from KMPG. And they supply the community with their sort of volunteer hours. At the same time, the community winds up with getting the Pollinator Park weeded, which is something I really hate doing. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the notification about this whole area has been kind of not forthcoming. We've had a few problems with it. You see this one in the ditch. The one on Ford Drive is almost inaccessible because you're taking your life in your hands, even walking up that street, let alone trying to slow down or park there. Next slide, please. By the way, at the kiddie park there, I saw a couple there playing, and I said, you should move your car there because you're pretty close to the crosswalk, which I'm glad to see got put in there. I mentioned that many years ago because I figured with that Avonhead Trail coming across Kingsway, it was a good idea to have a crosswalk. Dominated. This is a word I really have come to hate. This started back in the time of when we had another mayor here. And she told me that there was no problem with the shred-it plant being put right behind my house because the noise and pollution and everything else that involved from the shred-it plant will be dominated by the proximity to the highways. I saw this word again in the EIS, which was put forward for this particular development. And so what I want to say is, in Oakville, we've already been dominated enough. We don't need any more noise, odors, pollution. Thank you. That's something that has been happening over and over again, and I understand change is necessary and we have to go ahead with new developments and things like that, but there should be nothing coming in that's going to affect the lifestyle we've got now. A lot of us have worked a generation to put that lifestyle together. We've got new people coming in as well, and we've got quite a great society being developed here. Something that's been happening in Clearview that I've noticed as the years go by, that children have started to come back into Clearview. There's a while there when children were leaving Clearview because we couldn't get the school in there. We had that big fight. There's a message in the Oakville Beaver said there won't be a school in Clearview anymore. That was one of the headlines. That got me interested, so that brought about that change with the help of all my friends and fellow constituents here. Next slide, please. We tried to get some information about this development. As you can see, or you might have heard earlier today, that it's pretty hard to get information about this development. No one seems to know where it is, what it's doing, how fast it's moving, what's going to happen when it does move, and what happens in the future as there seems to be further ramifications going on from there. So you see the nebulous setting here. The town planner seemed reluctant to comment. Infrastructure Ontario never got back to us, never heard a word from them. We visited our MPP, and we heard back once from him. Actually, not from him, his secretary. He's actively meeting with different Oakville businesses. I had to leave that word out because it's so big. But this is the quote that she gave me. And then ultimately, IO decides how to dispose of the land. Okay, that's what we keep hearing. Then from there, once the land is disposed of, the new owner can build anything he wants. Okay, that doesn't make me feel too confident in what's going on. Next slide, please. Why no to warehouses and heavy trucks? Well, first thing I said to one of our councillors, we don't have the infrastructure to support them. That area there is impossible for big trucks. Once you get 2 trucks on the Kingsway and that turning lane, that's it. The whole lane is blocked all the way back to Ford Drive. There are no signs keeping heavy trucks off sensitive areas, roads near schools or parks or playgrounds. If they're going to have trucks, then they have to have all these signs up. Sherwood Drive has a steep grade. I don't know how many of you ever gone up Sherwood Drive, but at the bottom end of it, you're going almost straight up, then it gradually slopes down again, and then you're driving in a more reasonable grade. All of the proposed scale of traffic and additional personnel movement is too big and too close. We're talking about tractor trailers. We're talking about warehouses. Now, my definition of warehouse is anywhere where you've got more than one loading door, okay, regardless of other definitions. Because if you have one loading door, then you're probably using it once, maybe a week, or twice a week, or something like that. If you've got 10 loading bays for your trucks, then obviously you're doing it much more often. Next slide, please. Slide. Okay, sorry. Why no to OPA 1403? We still have not heard from Celtic what's planned for the area. Repeated response is employment lands, but that has a wide range, as we've seen already. Employment with exceptions leads to the possibility of the exceptions being conveniently forgotten in the future. What do exceptions mean? No one's defined exceptions here. Even with the conditions, there's still wiggle room because future changes are still allowed. And we'll need to keep coming back here again and again. And how many times do we have to do that? Next slide. A wise man shared to me the battery story. I'll do this really quick. His son said, okay, the battery in the smoke detector is causing it to beep because it's too weak. So he said, okay, well, the son said, what I'm going to do is just give me the battery. I'll get the number and order on Amazon. And this wise man said, no, you won't. You're going to get on your bike, ride down to the Home Hardware, pick up a battery, and get 2 because they're cheaper that way. And you're going to bring that back and put it in the smoke detector. Okay? Our problem is now, with all this warehousing, all this stuff, everything's going to become a convenience. And we have to stop that. All this green space, red coyotes and red-tailed hawks that frequent the area, we have to manufacture our own stuff here, and Canadians need careers rather than a job. A warehouse creates jobs, but it's a job, it's not a career. And sooner or later, they'll be replaced by robots anyway. Next slide, please. Clearview does not have a community center. Closest one is Mississauga. Grocery stores in Mississauga. Big box stores in Mississauga. None of that's here. Clearview does have the best elementary schools in the area, though. Next slide. If the government can't find a buyer, then why sell it? Are we willing to give it away to a low baller?
Your time has expired. Could you wrap up, please?
Yes. Okay, go to the last slide, please. As a result of our negotiations, the town has requested their consultants to revise their proposal, and those consultants are doing a great job. I'm right behind them. There's an opportunity to find an appropriate solution that does not compromise homeowners' implicit rights. When we moved here, we thought we'd have a home, not a trucking. It's time to explore an improved future for our ratepayers, our retirees, our elderly, and most importantly, our children. What's happened to Oakville's heart and soul? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Vivian McKinnon.
Ms. McKinnon, welcome. Council looks forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. It'll be tame. Okay, the land in question is a great buffer zone, period. I'm urging all the councillors to deal with this situation with the same vigor as you did with Glen Abbey, as you did with the power plant, as you did with Amazon. Let's keep Sherwood Heights what it is, if possible. With respect to permanently protecting it, everything can take place. We could end it all now if you all put your hands up and say, yes, we're going to keep it as it is. We'd like to, with regards to consulting firms, I saw my thesis. So consulting firms, they favor and put all the weight on the side of the people who pay them. So there's a balance of scale here, and maybe we get another consulting firm, but that would make no use of good money, because they're just gonna say the same thing of whoever pays them. That would be the weight of their scale. The site plan, that will come later. We hope that all the zoning can be kept to a minimum, whereby we'd like to urge the councillors to ask the provincial government to somehow make a deal with them, keep it green. This one gentleman was said about the housing, again, with how the housing can be, it can't be because it's too close to various guidelines. So that's a non-issue. It's to keep it green, if possible. And Canada Post, the last thing I want to really get at is hardly anyone was notified. You see, Canada Post sends flyers to us all. I don't know why Oakville did not take the time for a few pennies to send a flyer to all of our mailboxes to notify us of this situation. I just found out about it last week. When I saw the sign with Helen about half a year ago, whenever it was, we called the City Hall and they said, oh, you know what, it's gonna be very, very light, you know, commercial. We said, what would that be? They said, oh, it could be like a consulting, accounting firm, or it could be what was the other thing? Accounting firm and something very minute. Helen had the great, pardon me, printing shop. All the slide, everything I was gonna say, we've already has been said through Helen and other people. So councillors, please look at this situation if it was in your backyard the same way you looked at other situations. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Tracy Chu.
Ms. Chu, welcome. Get yourself lined up. Council looks forward to your information.
Sure. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Tracy Chu. I'm a resident in Clearview since 2012. Raised my kids here, love the community and the neighborhood from the bottom of my heart, and that's why I'm standing here today. We heard a lot of discussion around the uncertainty about this proposal, but before that, I want to also tell you about something because most of the residents were actually aware of this proposal till David Harris started this campaign. So a lot of the residents were very surprised to find about this. So David took a lead for this campaign. He's only one person. So the Clearview Chinese community, then we step up to support him. So we organized with the volunteer to print out the flyer. We actually walked through door by door to the neighbors on our street, talk to them, let them become aware of this proposal and potential development, and then also the impact to our community. So why are we able to collect so many support in such a short period of time? Because those are residents care. We care about the community we live in. We want our kids and family comfortably enjoy all these amenities on Sherwood Heights. And we don't want those heavy trucks and industrial, all these things running around and taking over current green space. So in addition to the flyer we posted and distributed, we also initiated an online petition, which is Vehal also mentioned. So with the help of the volunteer broadcasters about this proposal, we only started on May 30th. Within, as of today, it's only about a week and a half. As of last night, my apology, we have 613 people have signed this petition to support, to say no about this proposal on Sherwood Heights. So I'm here speaking on behalf of those who signed this petition. Many of them are sitting here today with me. And just so everyone know, because of limited space here, we also have a lot of people sitting outside the chamber. It's probably 60, 70 of them. Here are our main concerns. I think first is traffic. Two is the risk to the well-being to our family. And then last is the lack of effective communication and transparency. Can we go to the next page, please? Thank you. So as you know, Ford is a main road connects the northeast of Oakville, Clearview, East Lake, Maple Grove. So it's already a very busy road today. And we all know whenever there's an accident on Ford, it takes us way longer than usual time to get in and out our home, our community. And then we all know whenever QEW has an accident, that Kingsway is being used as the main alternative road. So that's today's situation. It's already very busy, and then traffic-wise, so do we want to add more traffic from this proposal? And the second point is, as a lot of the delegates mentioned, for residents to access the amenity on Sherwood Heights, it all needs to go through the same access point as this proposed site from Kingsway. So which will overrun by trucks, heavy equipment, or all these increasing traffic as a result of that. So the last point also, I think that David also mentioned that is, as you can see it here, that there's only about 100 meters away between Ford and Sherwood Heights on Kingsway. So with such a short distance and with incoming traffic with this proposal, as you can see, this is going to create a massive congestion that of the vehicle try to make a left turn from Kingsway to access Sherwood Heights, which then create a huge delay on the vehicle try to make a left turn from Ford onto Kingsway. So how many cars and trucks can fit in 100 meters? So this is the main concern, that with this proposal is going to definitely increase the traffic and create a major delay to get in and out of the Clearview community. Can we go to the next page, please? I'm sure about safety concerns and pollutions. These will be covered many times repeatedly with other delegates. I won't repeat a lot of the detail, but I just want to reiterate it because we love all these amenity on Sherwood Heights, right? The garden, the parks, the soccer field. The dog owner from other parts of the Oakville, they also comes to drive. They come drive in and have their dog play in the dog park. So it is a very popular site. With this proposal, it's going to create very huge concern on safety, in particular for kids and elder. When we're using those facilities on Sherwood Heights and also the playground right across Kingsway. So there's a playground there. Of course, with this potential industrial, heavy trucks, increasing traffic, that's all going to add bad air pollution and lighting pollution potentially with the commercial building lighting in the evening, and then also noises. Can we go to the next page, please? Yes. So I do want to talk about the communications here. So most of the residents weren't aware of this proposal. I know we were advised that town has sent letters to the resident who live within the 240-meter range close to this site. But this type of a change or development, it should be notified to all residents in Clearview, as it's not just an impact for the residents who live in the short distance to the site. What else? Yes, so David also mentioned, I know town put signs in our community, but they're not really really visible because the one on Ford cannot be seen on both sides, either too far away or too close to Kingsway, and the driver's attention is all try to make a safe right turn, and then the one on Kingsway is already fell off in the ditch, which is not really visible to the residents. So we do need a better way to communicate, a more effective and efficient way to let residents be aware of what's going on. I think David also mentioned that in terms of the detailed exceptions, what does that mean, what actually means. And then also we heard about those uncertainties. So certain things are not ruled off the table. So these are all the main concerns from the resident. So I just, can we move to the next page, please? I just want to quickly wrap it up because we certainly don't want to stay here till midnight. So this proposal is too close to the residential area. So we as a development at this magnitude, directly right across a residential area, obviously is not in the best interest of a community. Try to be a most livable town in Canada. So I think parents need to be heard loud and clear that we do not want any 24/7 operation industrial. We do not want any large-size vehicle, truck, trailer running around right next to our parks and soccer field where kids play. And we also do not want increasing traffic that's going to block us getting back home every day. So we urge you to vote no to this proposal, keep the green space, which is going to be better serve the Clearview community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. Councillor Elgar has a question for you.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Thank you.
Well, it'd be hard to hear me because I was being clapped over, but anyway, Councillor Elgar has a question for you.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that. I did submit the full name list of the online petition as of last night. I have a couple of extra copies here in case, and also some of the comments the signer put in. Yes, please, yes.
I'd be very glad to have that. You could give it to the clerk when you're ready.
Sure.
So thank you. Through Mayor Burton, thank you for coming out. And it seems like you've got people engaged, and I appreciate that. Have you yourself gone and got an actual copy of the Parkway Belt West Plan from 1978, which was approved by the Honorable Lawrence C. Henderson, who was a progressive conservative party from 1963 to 1985? Have you ever looked at the actual report?
I do not, personally, no.
Well, you should get a copy because the actual report with the map 7 of the Oakville, Mississauga mini belt, the specific area you are talking about, it says public open space and buffer area, which is exactly what you've been talking about, what it should be. And this is the live report. It's kind of taped together, but it's an original. So I think
that makes sense. Things shouldn't, like, what is changing? I appreciated that you highlight that. That means that was like 40 years ago. That intention of using this land use, we don't see a reason to change that. So we would like to keep the green space for our community, for everyone will be comfortably, safely enjoying everything we have on Sherwood Heights.
Because I could provide you with an email copy of this and also the definition of what they say in the Parkway Belt West Plan. But that's 1978, but I'm not sure this particular portion has changed at all. I thank you.
Councillor, do you happen to know if the Parkway Belt designation has been removed from this land or not?
I don't know whether they've changed the map or not. Maybe Maybe Infrastructure Ontario could tell me if they've changed the actual map.
Yeah, it was removed in 2022.
And no public consultation. Okay. I guess this won't help you very much then if it was just removed. We didn't even know.
Yeah,
Thank
see,
you.
that's why I highlighted one of the issue of, in terms of communication, two-way communication, not just from town to resident, but also through all these different levels of government and their agencies.
I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Ms. Chu, you're running away a little too soon. You're more popular than you expected. Councillor Adams and Councillor Longo would like to question you as well.
I'm sorry, I don't actually have a question for you, and I appreciate the information and everyone else's information.
Councillor
that's been
Adams,
brought.
if you don't have anything for her, can we wait and see if Councillor Longo does?
Yes, I was only trying to back you up on your procedural efforts.
Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Chu, for the presentation. Just with respect to the petition, because that's a great number of people signing off and great community engagement, was the priority for keeping this as green space, recognizing it's not town land, it's IO land or province's land? Is green space the priority, and then after that, would it be residential and then industrial without warehousing, or is it just keep green space? That was what the petition was asking for.
Our position is keep this as is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have good news for the people who are worried that this is proposed to be made industrial. It is not. The proposal is to make it business employment. We have 4 categories of designation in the official plan. As we heard earlier tonight, office, business, business commercial, and industrial. This is not a proposal to turn it into industrial. It is category number 2, business employment. So I don't expect to be applauded. It would be against the rules, but I hope I've relieved some anxiety about industrial. Ms. Chu, thank you very much. Councillor Elgar, do you want to go again?
No, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Longo, or, okay, everybody's good. Ms. Chu, you can now sit down.
All right,
Thank you
thank you.
very much for what you brought to us. Now, audience, you know, I beg you once again, decorum is important in council meetings. We're not supposed to applaud, we're not supposed to boo. We're just supposed to listen objectively and try to take in all of the information and help all of the information that we hear help us come to a good conclusion. So on behalf of the councillors who've asked me to renew my request for you to observe our behavior rules, our procedural rules, I ask you again. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Lillian Chu.
Ms. Chu, welcome. Now, we look forward to your information, and you're free to pull that down. And I think, it looks to me like you can handle this.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Lillian, and I am here to tell and show you one negative impact the proposed construction on Sherwood Drive will make on our Clearview community. Next slide, please. This is a map of our community, and you can see that the Ford and Kingsway intersection is one of the 3 primary arteries for the Clearview neighborhood. It serves as a principal route for entering and exiting the area. For example, if you want to get groceries at Walmart, you go this way. If you want to go swimming at Joshua Creek Community Center, you go this way. And if you want to go shopping at Oakville's Place, you still go this way. But this route is also very busy. You will see a map of it on the next slide. Please change. Thank you. Here's a typical example of traffic on Ford Drive between Kingsway and Upper Middle. This is during a rush hour. This is also a route for me to go to my skating and Chinese lessons at 16 miles and my piano lessons, which are at North Mississauga. My dad usually tells me to get ready to go 30 minutes before class starts. This is because going through traffic that is right in front or outside of our neighborhood takes about 10 minutes. And I'm very worried that if you approve this land at Sherwood to be used to build factories or a parking lot, then I'm afraid that a lot more cars will go in and out on 4 Drive. I will have to head out earlier to my after-school activities by 40 or even 50 minutes. Please flip this side. Please don't make going out of the neighborhood even harder. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Chu, very much. You did very well. And I hope your parents are pleased. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Vera Chu.
Sarah Chu, welcome. I hope very much that this is not a family competition. But in any case, we look forward to your presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Vera. I live at Clearview. I'm here today to talk about why I think it is not a good idea to build factories and offices at Sherwood Heights Drive. Next slide.
Ms. Chu, you're allowed to touch the microphone and move it so that it points at you better, and then everyone will hear you as well as we heard Lillian.
Okay. Here's a map. The area circled by the blue line is the future construction area. And inside the heart is a lovely park. It is right across the street. Next slide, please. There are beautiful, peaceful trails around the park. The park playground has slides, swings, and structures. We can climb on and slide down. There's also a tent that parents use to get out of the sun. Next slide. I like this park. I started playing in Kingsford Gardens Park right after I moved to Clearview in July 2018. I know many kids also play here. They either use the play structure, play floor hockey, basketball, or biking. That is me when I was 3 years old. Next slide. My sister and I still play at the park from time to time. We also watch the solar eclipse at the park. Next slide. If you get on Google Maps and read reviews, you can see that many people like this park as I do. See how many 5-star reviews there are. Next slide. But look at the map. The proposed construction area is just across the street to the park. If construction starts, there will be heavy trucks followed by noise. Around this area, the park will not be as lovely as now. When construction is done, the factory and the office will bring more cars and strangers into our community. Next slide. Please make sure going to the park stays safe for us kids like me. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. You also did very well. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Jasper Moster.
Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council and fellow audience.
Sir, I don't know where the button is, but there's a button that will raise the desk if that makes you more comfortable.
Oh, I got to get one of these. I'm going to skip a little forward because in a positive, we've had a lot of information repeated. And if we could slide to, or skip to slide, I believe, 8. So as everybody knows, oh, sorry. Next slide, please. Okay, that's great. I'm going to use this kind of as a title page because some wonderful things have already been said. I just wanted to reiterate how special this property is. It is very much untouched. There isn't a lot of residents utilizing it. I have walked through the space myself. I was a little concerned of ticks. Not sure if that is an issue, but has become an Ontario issue. I am a long-distance runner, and you might have seen me running in the neighborhood quite a bit. And I have run into coyote wolves and coyotes myself, specifically 5:30, 6 in the morning. I don't recommend it. But they are starting to come into our neighborhood, and I have seen that this space is kind of utilized as a buffer from our buffer. And I've talked with the meeting last week, we all kind of agreed that that is why we ideally want to keep it as green space. We know that change might be inevitable. I was happy to hear from Councillor Janet that Humane Society was strongly interested in the space, but it is a $30 million price tag. I ambitiously already made a phone call inquiring for some money to see. I don't think $30 million is a large drop in the bucket, if I could say. I have worked previously with Downtown Oakville Development and the Toronto Waterfront Development, and I've seen and worked with some amazing people that are very forward-thinking, that can sort of step through the minutia that comes maybe from provincial or from consultations. And there's, as you can see, the Toronto Waterfront is transforming, especially Corktown, into an unbelievable space of both natural and sophisticated infrastructure. I think the town has a bigger vision. I loved hearing the feedback from the councillors. Alan Elger, thank you for the information you brought forth. All of you sort of seem concerned whether this is on your back door or not, and I really appreciate that. You know, in my own little world, if it was, it could be sort of a hippie green space and an arts community and, you know, pollination and all these wonderful things that I've seen in my home country in Holland, so be it. But if it has to be something bigger, then let's be just a little bit smarter about it. If we could just take some more proactive steps, inquire, not be surprised by decisions that have been made, and really be on the same team. I have faith in you. I'm not against your approach. I am a little concerned about consultation and the provincial, but that's not my place. And I just wanted to sort of come in as a resident long term. I've been there since day one, in and out. I would like to buy the family house. That's sort of my only practical way of living in Oakville in the future. But I just think with the wonderful presentations that the children made, you can see that in that little hub, how much of an amazing community is happening. I drive by that park and I cannot believe the picnics that I see. That I see people coming from Mississauga, I see people coming from elsewhere, instead of opting maybe for Bronte or for the lake, because it is getting busier. So that's wonderful to see. We don't mind new people or people that aren't residents using our space. And if you utilize, I'm just taking pictures of what I've found, and there is other types of vegetation going on there. I was surprised. There was somebody making honey. I'm not sure who that might be, if they're here. But I just think that if, say, rather than the concept of a parking lot or a warehouse, if there was a revitalization of the design to maybe sell the space, like Waterfront Toronto has done, to sort of make people dream that maybe can't dream, that want to be more ambitious with what could be done here, mixing maybe that practicality with the passion that you're feeling from the community. That's really all I have to say. I would like to, I'd love to talk, but I guess my main question and what I was excited to say is that you were all, there was a question by Ray Chisholm, can we buy the property? And that was the first question I asked last week, and I would love it if that was further explored. And yeah, and again, nice to see some of you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moister, for the time you took to share those thoughts with us. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Jennifer Liu.
Ms. Liu. Ms. Liu.
Jennifer's gone? Okay. The next is Jianming Wang.
Ms. Jianming Wang. Sir, we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for coming.
Hello?
Hello, we hear you well.
So first, good evening, and I'm a student at James W. Hill, and I never thought I would be here instead of like eating dinner, I guess. So I just gonna share three of my concerns about this project. And so first off, I'm a dog person, and I have as you guys know, there's parks and residential areas next to, constructions places. And I just wonder if like, because there should be noise and traffics, all these impacts is to I guess the farms, soccer fields, like it affects all the communities. So like, how would you guys fix all these? And also for noises, like I guess like my house was right next to like a street, so the cars go nearby. And I know how like noisy it is, so I don't want any more like noises up here right next to, I guess, our neighborhood. And next concerns is traffic. So I guess it's safety. Constructions for all these buildings, well, I guess it doesn't matter if it is trucks or heavy equipment. Also leads to commercial vehicles and extra traffic pressures. These will, I guess, harm and threatens citizens' safety on the road, and also waste their time to travel. Such as like when I go to class, it takes me around 30 minutes to travel to a place, and it's like the time is really tight there. So people don't want to waste any more times on just sitting there on the street and didn't do anything. And third is, I guess, pollutions, I guess, but like it's not really an idea because it's what the people who buy the land do with it, and I know it's a economic decision, so I guess nothing there to share, and I think that's good enough. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Ruisi Fu.
Mr. Fu, welcome. We look forward to your information.
Thank you. All right. So, as part of a community that looks forward to providing safe and living infrastructure, it is to many of us an irresponsible and unsustainable way to allow industrial and commercial development on the doorstep of a residential area. So we do appreciate, of course, the reassurance that there would not be any heavy industrial development in the area, but the current model is still unclear. It's still requiring work. So, and we think, and well, I think that the current model, which is not fully transparent, it still provides and creates hazards, unnecessary hazard and risk for the residents living in the area. And I would like to bring up to the attention of this council that as a student that requires busing for school, I take one of the numerous school buses that exits and enters the residential area through Kingsway and right past the said land put up for development. And Kingsway is used by for other purposes, including public transit and also people just driving out of the residential area. And if the land was to be used commercially, the construction vehicles must use the same road that parks, schools, and homes are situated on. The increased flow of traffic from high-speed road into a residential area, and in addition to the machineries used during the construction process, will ultimately result in unnecessary hazards for pedestrian, kids, and also bikers that uses the roads that the machineries and trucks will use too. And houses on Winterbourne Drive, and there are dozens of houses that are parallel to the said land for development that are just meters away from the land. Their own backyard is just meters away from the land being put up for development. And this massive construction project can greatly affect the residents living there and also anyone accessing the parks that is near the land for development. And so loud conditions accountable by construction and the movement of vehicles will also further exacerbate the noise pollution already present due to the QEW. And I think in the end, all consequences all sums up to the underpinning idea that effective and sustainable zoning should come with the paramount idea that creates efficient and safe conditions for residents living in these areas. And when we construct highly industrial or commercial infrastructures on the backyard of a residential area, it undermines the purposes of creating these undisturbed neighborhoods and the designated zonings that allow people to live in. We do not live in factory districts for the same reason that such development must not be made to our residential communities. And if Oakville is to facilitate them work to become a sustainable town to live in, then we must work towards alternative that could benefit all residents and come up with a satisfactory resolution. And thank you for your time listening to this short insight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fu, for bringing your insights. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Jerry Meng-Fei Fan.
Welcome, Mr. Fan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry Fan, and I'm here today to talk about the green field across our playground. Every day, many of us kids come here to meet friends, play basketball or hockey, climb. It's a place where we'll feel happy, safe, and free to have fun with our friends. If you turn it into a truck parking lot or an industrial area, we'll lose this special place. The noise, exhaust fumes, and many trucks will create safety hazards. It won't be safe for us to play, and the pollution will make it hard for us to breathe and enjoy our time outside. Both we and our parents will be very worried about that. It has 2 schools on Kingsway, meaning there are over 1,000 elementary students who would be at risk. The increased traffic and potential dangers are a huge safety hazard for all of us. Please, let us keep our green field so we can continue to play and grow in a healthy, safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fan. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Melissa Fedson.
Ms. Fedson, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. So I'm a resident of Clearview, mom of 3. I wrote to Councillor Haslett-Thial, this is the face that goes with the email, last year, but I still felt compelled to come and speak tonight. I moved to Clearview when I was 6 years old. I grew up there. I remember the years and years that our community was promised the school that Mr. Harris spoke about, and the joy that we had when that plea was finally met. Years later, my husband and I returned to Oakville to start our family. It's where we live now. 2 of our kids were actually here, but they just passed out, and my husband literally just picked them up. Our children love their daycare and school. 2 of my children attend that very school that was promised to us a long time ago. They love their local friends and community playgrounds. We love Oakville. We're proud of our home. We're blessed to be here. But we're concerned about this development, or proposed development. Many of my concerns have already been echoed by the other constituents here tonight and my neighbors, so I don't want to take your time and repeat them. But just generally speaking, over the years, we've watched our community be boxed in by development from all sides. We're surrounded by light pollution. You know those super high UFO-style lights on the highway at the 403 and the QEW? Those shine directly into my and my husband's bedroom and my children's bedroom every night. When we get off the Ford exit, that's one of the few places in our neighborhood where there's actual darkness. It doesn't really exist anymore. And I know that, you know, some type of development may be inevitable, but I think as human beings, we still need some of those pockets where there's actual real darkness, where we can kind of enjoy that at night and not just be flooded by light everywhere. I've also heard a lot of people talk about the wildlife in the neighborhood. We've seen coyotes and wild turkeys on our street, so they're coming out. They're right there. So, you know, we're becoming a little concerned that if we're gonna keep encroaching on their habitats, how many more coyotes and wild turkeys are gonna come out onto our street. And unlike that development that occurred across the top of Sherwood Heights Drive between the QEW and the residential areas, this proposed development is very different. We're losing that green space buffer that everyone's been talking about right next to our dog park and our garden and our playground, and it's not the same thing. You know, I grew up feeling safe in this neighborhood, and my kids should feel the same. I'll just say one little quick thing that my 7-year-old said to me this morning, because I was asking her, I said, we're gonna go to this meeting tonight. And she said, well, we probably should keep all the trees around our playground. She's like, I know that they're not very close, they're kind of far away, but I like seeing them when I'm playing. And that was exactly what we saw in all of those pictures up there. That's the backdrop, it's that green space. We already have this looming Ford tower off in the distance in the other direction. There's very little green space that we get to enjoy and call our own. The only things that I'd ask in terms of consideration if you know, this proposal has to go ahead one way or the other, I don't know if there's the possibility of splitting the parcel in some way. We've already talked about certain portions of it potentially being designated housing. Councillor Hassett-Thiel, maybe the north part can be, I don't know what the parameters are. And then I also, I'm not familiar with the process, but I heard that the community would not be involved in the site plan. We'd be involved in the zoning discussions, but not ultimately the site plan. And I'm not sure if there's any leeway in terms of making an exception for our community to be involved in that process, because I think, as many people have pointed out, the traffic concerns and things like that, we know our access points, we know kind of how the community flows, and things like where the driveway may be placed and things like that would impact us. And that may be another way that you can try to involve our community and have some consultation and transparency that would help establish some goodwill and meet some of our concerns. And just the last thing I wanted as a point of clarification, just so I understand, I heard reference to the Bill 185. I wasn't familiar with it, but just so I understand, if this matter is adjourned into the future and we have, and there's a vote at that point, with the changes to the Planning Act that are coming into effect, is there no longer an appeal process that's available then? Is that how that works? Or I don't know if anyone on council could help answer that question for me, because I just happened to look it up and I wasn't sure if that's what it meant, but it looks like there would not be an appeal option.
When you're done, I'll explain that.
Oh, I'm done.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and for your considered views. Bill 185 set out to remove the right of what are called third parties to appeal certain decisions of planning decisions of council. And in the end, and that included the landowners. And in the end, at committee, the government introduced an amendment to allow landowners affected by a council decision to appeal. I don't remember citizens, I mean, it has happened that citizens would appeal a decision. I know that because I'm the citizen who did it once. But as a general rule, citizens don't appeal, residents associations don't appeal. They kind of shelter under the wings of the town and appear as participants, or if they're really ambitious, as parties. So there's I mean, that's the way it's been working in practice. The number of third-party appeals by residents, it's a tiny fraction of 1% of all the cases that go on. And that's because it's expensive, and if the tribunal finds that your appeal is frivolous or vexatious, which is theirs to decide, not ours, there can be fines for wasting their time. And so historically, in my 30 years in Oakville, RAs and citizens have sheltered under the wings of the town.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Mayor, but just so I understand then, the third parties you'd be referring to would be us, that we wouldn't be able to appeal. That's what you're saying?
The way they wound up passing it and giving royal assent, the only third parties that are able to appeal are the landowners and certain prescribed bodies, and that means mostly utilities and the like. So not residents, not RAs, and I don't think and the nature of my answer was try to give you some comfort that you're not cut out of being able to speak you're not cut out of being able to present your views. There's these other pathways. And the one pathway that's been taken away, I don't remember in my 30 years anybody using here, because, as I said, it's expensive.
No, I understand. I think these people might have tried, though, but thank you.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that when I appealed OPA 198, I had to have a lawyer, I had to have a planner, I had to have written evidence. It was an expensive hobby.
You have an interesting choice of hobbies, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we managed to protect 2,600 acres of green space across North Oakville, so I thought it was worth it.
It sounds like a very noble cause, just like ours. Thank you.
Councillor Thiel has a question for you.
I want to thank you for coming out. In terms of site plan versus zoning, there is a provincial ruling on site plan as well that was not within our control. But I'm just going to turn to the Director of Planning. Mr. Charles, in terms of feedback on public input into the decision you get to make on site plan, is there a process that people could we could open up? And is that still available, or did the province close that door as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the site plan process, as it was amended in the Plan Act, must be delegated to a staff member and officer of the corporation. What we do as a best practice is we post the site plan, the landscape plan, the elevations to our website, which affords the public the opportunity to see the plans that come in with an application, including the staff member who is there, who is administering the file. And that allows those who are interested in the file, if they have any comments, if they have any considerations for us, they're able to contact staff that way. So we're able to take public feedback still, but there isn't the avenue of appeal as the mayor was pointing out.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So I just wanted to, Ms. Fedson, you had a valuable point, which was the access points that you'd prefer. What Director Charles just described gives you the window you need to send that information in for their benefit. My own experience is that our staff knows those things very well themselves, and I don't think you'd find yourself in conflict. But there is that opportunity, and any submission you make will be welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure we can direct those submissions to our counselors as well for support.
Well, whoever you send it to, it needs to go to staff.
Thank you.
And P.S., it'll have just as much weight if it comes from you directly as if it comes from me or another member.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk, could you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Stephanie Fedson.
That's my sister. She's just with her 8-month-old, but I think she'll be in here in 1 second.
She might be here right now. Welcome, Ms. Fedson.
He's 6 months old.
Well, he's doing pretty well for 6 months.
Thank you for your time, and I promise to keep my sentiments brief. My name is Stephanie Fedson. I'm a resident of the Clearview community. In fact, I grew up in Clearview, and I'll be raising my child there as well, and he will inherit the decisions that we make today. The reason I chose Oakville to raise a family is because I've always believed it is a township that values community, safety, and places the well-being of individuals above all else. Sorry, I ran here. For this reason, I am shocked and saddened about how this developmental proposal is being discussed in this council chamber. Mr. Mayor, on January 23rd, you stated in reference to the development of this land, and I quote, "I noticed the interest of this application in office, and of course, I think this would be the lowest impact. But I'm here to say today, with absolute certainty, that what is of lowest impact to our community is to maintain this as an open space. But this isn't even being tabled or discussed. This is not just vacant land. It's a central buffer between a large, busy highway and extremely sensitive areas filled with vulnerable populations, including elderly and children. These areas include sports fields, community food garden, a dog park, and what probably hasn't been mentioned tonight is a meadow that's currently being naturalized by Oakville Green. And also, of course, a large playground. These spaces currently border a community thruway, it's been well documented, and a very quiet back road that seldom sees a vehicle. If this development is approved, it would substantially increase the traffic, which creates a myriad of risks to all those that frequent this community. My second concern is with the development of this space is the environmental impacts it will have. Oakville is home to some of the most biodiverse areas in Ontario, which is why the Oakville strategy for biodiversity is such an important part of the environmental protection. This is not a gravel pit we're protecting. This is a lush natural area that's part of our local ecosystem. Any member of this community will tell you that they can see foxes and coyotes traversing this area. I personally love to watch the apex, the birds of prey circling that area as well. Due to green space erosion and habitat destruction, these apex predators are being forced into our community to scavenge for food. Eliminating additional naturalized areas will worsen this issue and put the community at risk for bites and other negative wildlife interactions. Additionally, in the brief environmental survey the Contracted Development Group reported, they found 91 bird species in that area, and 12 of those bird species were actually at-risk populations. In conclusion, the best, least impactful use of this land is to leave it be. Or better yet, permit organizations such as Oakville Green to naturalize it so that we can leave it better than the way we found it. I truly hope you will all consider what is best for our community and the generations to come when you are deciding how this land will be used. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to provide you with some information that I hope will give you a little bit of comfort. Acquisition of the land, I appreciate that you may have been busy and you might not have heard it, was raised early in the meeting by my colleague, Councillor Ray Chisholm. And then we, members of council, pursued that with the planner for Infrastructure Ontario about whether the town had a privileged position in the order of how it used to be that the province would dispose of land and they had a hierarchy of who could bid first. And it is now come one, come all. And we also, which is what we heard as a result of that conversation. And then we also heard that the land may have a price tag of about $30 million. So a lot of ground got covered pursuing that. And when you were quoting me, I was responding to the fact that people were debating different uses. And all I was saying was it sounded like of the 4 different employment categories that were being discussed, actually there are only 2 being discussed, but of the 2, it sounded to me like office would be less impactful than the business employment. That's all I was saying. The staff report tonight does a good job of explaining why office isn't suitable, or rather, major office isn't suitable. And the business employment category that wound up being proposed actually includes office. There's a list on page 16 of the report tonight that lists the only uses that are being considered for the land. And it's my belief, or I'm going to ask council anyway, to defer this matter to staff to go through the procedural hoops they need to do to introduce the tighter restrictions on warehouses that we discussed and that you may not have heard. And in that time, all the other options that we have before us, of course, will be pursued. But I thank you very much for coming, and I really appreciate the chance to clarify my intent when I made the remark that bothered you so much. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
The next is Sophie Liu.
Ms. Liu? Madam Clerk, do you want to?
Sophie not here? Okay. The next is Elizabeth Chalmers.
Ms. Chalmers, welcome. Council looks forward to hearing from you and the Joshua Creek Residents Association.
Thank you. So I'm Elizabeth Chalmers, President of the Joshua Creek Residents Association. The JCRA thanks Council for the opportunity to provide feedback tonight on the Town of Oakville staff recommendation report that will lead to the change of the zoning designation for 2551 Sherwood Heights. The Joshua Creek Residents Association does not support the staff's recommendation in the report. We continue to be strongly opposed to designating this property as business employment E2 zoning, even with exception, because warehousing is included in that zoning definition. And while this is an official plan amendment, the framework being proposed could lead to E-level zoning with warehousing, and our concerns about the incompatibility of warehousing with residential neighborhoods remain. So a few reasons why. In Appendix A, the land use policies, section 27.5.5.3. Individual buildings shall not exceed 7,000 square meters in floor area. I know we did discuss it earlier. Appreciate very much that there's a limitation on that. Warehouses estimate the number of loading bays based on size. So a 7,000 square meter building could yield maybe 15 to 25 loading docks, depending on whether or not it's storage warehousing or distribution warehousing. And that's still a substantial number. It's not 250, but it's particularly difficult when it's allowed to operate 24/7. And what I'm not clear here is there just one? Because the size of the property is about 75,000 square meters, so I see 8 to 10 buildings that could possibly each have 15 to 25 loading bays, and now we're talking 150 to 250 truck loading bays. So I take the point about the smaller building, but I don't think it's going to be sufficient. The report also uses the term small-scale warehousing, the list that you just referred to on page 16. Okay, small-scale warehousing is not a term used in the official plan. Section 14.4.1 is warehousing. It is not small-scale warehousing. I wish it was, but it's not. And small scale is not used here in Appendix A either. We also had individual buildings shall accommodate a variety of uses. That's great, and may be divided into smaller units of varying sizes. So may is an aspirational term, and if we want it to be divided, it needs to say shall be divided. And you did say earlier you're going to talk about that, and I think that's great, but that would have to take place. I think that might be quite important given the possible number of buildings that could have truck loading bays if we didn't do something to reduce it. And finally, business employment uses noted in section 14.41 are permitted where they've been demonstrated to be compatible based on the approved land use compatibility study. And as I said, it includes warehousing. It does not say small-scale warehousing. And actually, earlier tonight, the gentleman from the consultant was showing the uses, and he showed light industrial use, open bracket, warehousing, manufacturing, et cetera. That's not what it says, right? Warehousing is its own use in our official plan. It's disconnected from the word light. Implementation policies, also in Appendix A. The type and size of permitted uses shall be determined through the development process. Okay, they should be determined up front at the OPA to be sure that they're not going to be at risk during the development process. In no way, shape, or form would I want the site plan application to be when we're talking about these things. I don't think that doesn't provide the protection, the level of protection or assurance that I believe residents would need. Additional technical studies, including noise, vibration, air quality, may be required. Again, the gentleman from the consultant said they would be required. So I think we want clarification. I think they must be required. It's not a may. in that case. And then also in Appendix A, the functional policies, land use compatibility, type, size, and scale of permitted land uses shall be informed by a completed land use compatibility study done in accordance with terms of reference. So we talked already about the D6 guidelines, and I also have some familiarity with the D6 guidelines. And there is an issue because there's differences between what they call Class 1, their light industrial, and our light industrial. We don't line up, right? We don't line up on the hours of operation, the movement of products and trucks, noise and dust levels, emission levels. You're fixing the outside storage, that's great. So I think that we would really need to be looking at how we're using those D6 guidelines and which ones they line up with. Because business employment E2 zoning lines up with a lot of them, but warehousing within business 2 employment zoning does not. And the most critical, I think, is the hours of operation. All operations in E2 are permitted to operate 24/7. I don't know that the province said that we couldn't change that. What they did say is that municipal noise bylaws do not apply to warehousing under Ontario Bill 215. So whatever noise comes out of a warehouse, the town of Oakville can do nothing about it. You have to go to the Ministry of Environment and launch those issues there. So there's no mention about restricting the hours of operation. And if you want to if you're really serious about restricting the impact of possible warehousing, you would need to restrict the hours of operation. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday to Friday, done. Like not this 24/7, 365 days a year. So I think that's quite a critical point that needs to really be emphasized. And if staff are going back and looking, I would say please include the hours of operation. We don't agree that residential zoning should not be considered for the site. It does seem compatible given the existing 2 schools, playgrounds, sports fields, splash pad, community gardens, trails. It does have proximity to highway access, and it does have proximity to transit because there's 2 bus lines, and one goes Clarkson, Oakville, Bronte, and one goes Clarkson up to north of the highway. And certainly we could add another line if we had increased density. So it's possible that low or medium density residential could be considered. I totally take the point about the area of influence for the Ford plant. I understand that, so it's something that would need to be reviewed for sure. But another alternative would also be a retirement or a long-term care home, right? Both of which allow residents to age in place. So I also think it's good to consider the proximity of those industrial uses in the highway. But you know, there is precedent, right? Mississauga has just approved those 4 towers at Clarkson Station, and they're within that 1,000 meters area of influence for the residential pocket there. And certainly in Toronto, there's residential buildings less than 30 meters from 400 series highways. So we would urge council to reject the staff recommendation tonight to approve OPA 68, which would place an E2 zoning with exception on the land. I know staff said they were satisfied with that, but the Joshua Creek Residents Association isn't satisfied with that. We don't think it's going to be good enough. It doesn't provide the protection that residents want, and it doesn't provide the assurances and the certainty. I know what I'm hearing, that nobody wants anything on the land, and I do understand that, and in an ideal world, that would be great. So certainly that's always on the table, but otherwise, really, I think residential should be given some consideration, including the mixed use that Councillor McNeese, or office employment or business commercial. I have to agree with Councillor Haslett-Thiel. Why can't we have an exception on E1 that allows, I don't know, commercial garages for storage of the artist's materials if that's what people need? So there are maybe other options there. Anyway, that's it, and thanks so much for your consideration and your time.
Ms. Chalmers, thank you very much.
Can I go? Oh, Jan.
You don't get away, Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
I just wanted to acknowledge that as a neighboring residents association, you came forward, you invested a fair amount of time trying to understand the issue, and you care about the broader community, and you have a heck of a lot of expertise on warehouses. We'll keep fighting it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Olaf Alksnes.
Mr. Alksnis, welcome. We look forward to your information. And you too can raise the table. If they can show you where the button is.
Afraid to break it. I'll pretend I'm a minister. Mr. Mayor, councilors, I'm Olaf. Here we go. I'm Olaf Alksnis. I've lived in Clearview 26 years now. I love Oakville, and I love Clearview. In the interest of expediency, I will focus on the things that perplex me and the things that anger me in the materials that I read about this issue. I was worried that nobody was going to come. And so I had a whole bunch of reasons for that, right? And notification was inadequate. But even those of us who knew about this, when we went through the materials, you know, there are a lot of terms that are pretty opaque, difficult to understand. And ultimately, we're actually not given enough details to construct what is actually happening here. I parsed OPA 68, and there are about 9 more studies that will occur that will tell us information that will then, you know, set a path for us to take. But at the present time, it's really kind of amorphous, uncertain. But the only thing that we're actually given is the fact that the largest building will be 7,000 square meters. We're not even told that there's only going to be one such building. We're not even told that there's a maximum number of such buildings. So the total number of square meters is not known. The maximum height of buildings is not specified. And a conceptual drawing of the potential buildings shows about 45 business and commercial establishments and parking for almost 400 cars and trucks. Almost 400. So this is a mammoth enterprise. The purchaser of this property is not going to accommodate, if they're spending $30 million, they're not going to accommodate, you know, numerous mom and pop shops. They will recoup their costs by much larger schemes. So thankfully, the Livable Oakville plan talks of urban structure, how to provide for, among other things, how to maintain the character of a residential area. But that is not what is going to happen here. Livableness has to mean that there's buffering and landscaping to ensure visual and physical separation between employment uses and adjacent uses. But where is the buffering in this project? Where is the separation? If across the street is separation, it's not real. If an area is a neighborhood hub, how close can a large business development be? How close can we allow development to a children's soccer field? How close should trucks get to a children's playground and a basketball court? How can we ensure that we end up with a livable Oakville if we approve developments that lack specification of almost every detail? I mentioned a whole bunch of ecological things. You know, globally and nationally, we know we're facing changes. Climate is changing. We're having, you know, food chain disruptions. Food prices are, you know, increasing. We need a forward-looking ensuring of agricultural possibilities in Oakville. And already we've mentioned that there's a serious demand for the community gardens. My wife has been a gardener for 6 years. She loves it. There's no reason that the town couldn't go massively in that direction. Locally, we're told that there'll be about 50,000 new people by the GO train in Oakville. You know, people are not going to want high-rise, so there won't be much green space down there. Those people are going to need green space. Why don't we plant 500 trees, make it a wonderful area added to the existing neighborhood hub with the parks and the green trail, the pollinator pathway. Make it something, I mean, that's something that we need. What we don't need is we already have empty lots that are sitting at the top of Sherwood Heights that have been there for years. We already have buildings on Sheridan Gardens that are empty. And if you go farther afield, you find more stuff like that. I mentioned some information about like runoff and things, and I think about that, but it's even worse. But I'll just sort of focus on what really bugs me. Apparently, the air quality on the site is too poor for a long-term care facility. Yet adding major businesses and hundreds of cars and trucks would not harm the air quality for nearby Clearview. No, it gets better. Instead, somehow it buffers us. It's a complementary development that can act as a buffer for emissions and noise. Oh, really, this is bizarre. This is supposed to be helping Clearview. Common sense tells us that rather than any buffering, an increase in emissions and noise and vibration will occur. If you add large buildings and large parking lots with maybe 400 cars, how could it be otherwise? Staff are of the opinion that the proposed change in land use designation would contribute to a healthy, livable, and safe community. I do not think so. No one I have talked to in Clearview thinks so, because this is not good planning. At every point, development supersedes environment and community completely. And this is partly concealed by the extensive lack of detail, the parameters that can only be filled in later. Staff think that 68 provides a comprehensive approach to determining the limits of development, but 68 does not remotely do that. And anyone financially capable of buying this property will have the financial and legal wherewithal to forcefully guide the process forward so that every square inch of this 2551 is used solely for development. So this is not a transition of any kind. It is a sea change for our community. By eliminating environment and community, 68 is inconsistent with a provincial policy statement, and it is entirely inconsistent with the general intent and purpose of the Livable Oakville Plan. The application claims to conform to the town's urban structure because it aids in the development of complete communities. Now, for 30 years, the town made the east side of Sherwood Heights a vibrant, multifaceted neighborhood hub. It's fantastic. It makes me love Oakville. Now the west side is supposed to be a what? It does not complete Clearview. It damages many of our favorite things about Clearview. It introduces hundreds of strangers to places where our youngest neighbors like to spend time. How the two sides of Sherwood Heights will look in 10 years will say a lot about how Oakville actually works and what it wants to be. One thing leaves me with lingering anger. Staff think that 68 protects natural features. This is particularly galling as the site will be bulldozed and every living thing removed. There are 3 quotations I can give you here. This is a quotation. Virtually all of the subject property will require clearing and grading, and therefore all existing vegetation, ... will require removal as a result of the development. Also, the marsh vegetation of 2 small wetland communities will also be removed, and a limited number of trees that would be protected by the trees town bylaw will be removed. So this is protecting nature? Think about it. This is where we are? How do we make a document like this? It's like the famous 1968 quotation, "We had to destroy the village to save it." This is front of the newspaper, front page of the newspaper kind of stuff. Government's acting badly. Staff think that there are no outstanding planning issues to be resolved and that this is the design strategy of a livable Oakville. If that is true, how can Oakville possibly remain special? How is this facing up to a climate emergency? Can massive developments ignore environment entirely? Once green is gone, it's gone forever. Grassland's gone, wetlands are gone. I do not think that the interests of Oakville and Clearview are being protected, and this is not good planning. When I have used the phrase staff think, it is because that's the phrase the documents use. But the world is changing in fundamental ways, And I guess that what's considered good planning has to change if we want to end up with a truly livable Oakville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexness. Councilors? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, Council, we have, I estimate, another 2+ hours of delegations. It's 10:05. Is someone going to float a motion to go past the hour? Councillor Giddings? Any objection? 1, 2, 3. It's close, but going past the hour wins. Thanks, everybody, for voting. Madam Clerk, could you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Susan Alexness, representing Clearview Oakville Community Alliance.
Welcome, Ms. Alexness. We look forward to your information.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to go between glasses on, glasses off, I think, here, but I'll do my best. So you have my the written submission from Clearview Oakville Community Alliance, COCA, and I'm going to limit my comments to some additional questions that I hope will be helpful to Council. I hope you'll take a look at the written submission as well. I want to thank you for your questions and for your diligence on this issue. My questions are within the framework of favoring the land as it is, or as an alternative form of green space. But some of my questions do address some of the potential development options and zoning choices. The report states that, quote, portions may be located within 300 meters of E3, I believe is the term. So I believe that the report is incomplete if it doesn't say which portions are within 300 meters. That's a very confusing statement to say that portions may be. This should be easy to determine. And I believe that we deserve to know this information. This leads to a question of whether there can be different designations of zoning within the property. Does it need to be zoned in a single way, or can there be multiple zones applied, or multiple zonings applied? The question of how many buildings of 7,000 square meters has already been brought forward, so I won't, well, I just said it, but I do want to thank Councillor Elgar for translating that into, was it 1.2 acres? Thank you very much for that. That was very helpful. This 1.73 acres per building. Is there anything, here's a question, is there anything that council can do to require that a portion of the land remain natural? We just heard from the last delegation that although there's language in the report about maintaining or protecting something natural, there's actually the expectation that the entire area will be bulldozed and vegetation removed. I believe there's a reference to relocating wetlands. You can't relocate wetlands. That's not possible. I'm not an expert in that, but I know that's impossible. You destroy a wetland, and then you create something else, a man-made wetland, or should I say human-made wetland. It's something different. It will, in time, naturalize. I understand that. But as we heard from other delegates, there's precious existing life and biodiversity on this land already that would be destroyed first, or relocated to eat all the vegetables in our community garden. Thank you very much to the voles. So in supporting my question about whether a portion, there can be some sort of requirement that a portion of the land remain natural, I would just point out that the green space that we have in Clearview, and within the bounds of our area from the major roads. The green spaces all fall under really what I view as two categories. There's manicured lawn space, and there's forested areas. The subject lands we're talking about are the only lands within Clearview that are what I would describe as I'm not saying this technically, but it's really different from forest or manicured lawn. It's more what I would describe as meadow or open grassland. It's a different kind of natural space. It has different animals. It has different plants, and humans. We don't just need a little patch of forest and a bunch of grass. We need other things to keep us healthy and to keep us mentally and spiritually healthy. Our forest land is being taken over by garlic mustard and buckthorn, I'm sure you know. So that is no longer going to be natural Ontario forest land. That's not what it is anymore. In a matter of years, it's going to be trees, buckthorn, and garlic mustard. I have not read the biodiversity plan for Oakville. I apologize for that. We do know that we need our wildlife and we need biodiversity. I would ask council and perhaps the planning department to consider an overlay of the plan for wildlife corridors, if a plan for wildlife corridors is part of the biodiversity plan for Oakville, to consider overlaying that with this plan for this space, because we recognize that it's going to be extremely difficult for wildlife to traverse this area, the larger area encompassing Clearview and of course north of the highway. We know there are significant barriers to wildlife migrating. Wildlife does move. Wildlife doesn't stay in one place. It needs to get around, and we need to help it get around. And getting through all these, what I described as like manicured lawns, which we consider green space in Clearview. I'm grateful for it. It's helpful. It's good for recreation. It's not very good for wildlife. That's the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alksnis, for your time. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Daniel Cressman.
Mr. Cressman? Council's looking forward to hearing from you, sir.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Daniel Cressman. I'm a resident of Clearview, and I'm going to speak today summarizing a letter I sent in August 2022 to Kate Coburn, Senior Planner at the Town of Oakville. This letter highlighted my concerns with the application put forward for the change in land use, and frankly, I'm disappointed. My letter was not responded to, and many of the concerns I had remain unaddressed to this day. We've heard about most of these concerns through the discussion. I'd say we nibbled around the periphery of some of them with our questioning of the Planning Department and Infrastructure Ontario's application, but we failed to get any specifics on how these concerns will be addressed in the approval of the application if it moves forward. I'll highlight my concerns as four main issues. First, the site is located in close proximity to the Kingsford Gardens. Secondly, as the application submitted by Infrastructure Ontario highlights, the development will contribute to odor, dust, and noise problems in the community. Third, the development of the site will expose nearby residents to potentially hazardous contaminants, including chemicals and dust. Also, the environmental impact statement identified a number of native species and species at risk that will be impacted by this development. And I'm going to dig into each of these points in a little bit more detail to demonstrate how I've come up to these conclusions. But first off, I want to make it clear that any development, no matter the type, is going to impact the residents. Sure, there are potential developments which will reduce these impacts, but no matter what is done, there is going to be impacts. The only solution which mitigates or reduces any such impact is leaving the site as is. After that, I would think the second beneficial use would be a park feature, which limits the amount of disturbance and excavation done on the site. We heard earlier that that opportunity was ruled out due to proximity to the Ford plant. I challenge the planning department to take another look at that. In my experience, there are studies which can be done on site to identify if there is any impact from that Ford plant. Maybe additional studies need to be done and a risk assessment on the proposed land use to move a park forward. After a park, sounds like commercial and residential is preferred by the residents, following by industrial facilities. So to my first point, that the site is located in close proximity to the Kingsford Gardens. David did an excellent job earlier today highlighting the use of that facility, how it's used by residents, the community, and children for leisure activities. This highlights the critical nature of the rest of my points. With this use of site, and I would call it a sensitive site by these residents, children, and members of the community, the odor, dust, noise, potentially harmful contaminants in the soil all become a greater impact to the community. And to highlight this, I'll take a look at first the compatibility study. This is an April 2022 document which was submitted as part of the official plan amendment. Now that compatibility study completes an air quality, dust, and odor assessment, as well as an environmental noise assessment associated with this change in land use. This document is conflicting in its analysis and fails to address fundamental concerns to public health and safety. Here's a few points from the report. The report indicates that the facility is within 70 meters of a sensitive land use. My understanding is that this conflicts with recommended setbacks from MECP guidelines for this type of facility. The MECP is the Ministry of Environment, and I think that 70-meter setback was highlighted earlier today. We also saw a figure which showed the proximity of the park within that 70-meter setback. I wonder why we're going against these recommended minimum setbacks. Secondly, the conclusion in the report states there are no large sources of air quality, dust, odor, or emissions associated with the proposed land use. That's a conclusion. However, this conflicts with a statement earlier in the report from Class 2 medium-scale industry facilities, which says dust, frequent and occasionally intense. How does that statement fit with a conclusion that there are no large sources of odor, air quality, dust, or litter emissions? I'm not sure. The report also identifies a potential impact to the use of community spaces in nearby residents with the development of these Class 2 industries. The Class 2 industrial buildings are proposed on the site plan in close proximity to the Kingsford Gardens and residents. The report concludes it is likely that future industrial buildings associated with the project site would require detailed noise assessments later in the planning process, such as zoning bylaw amendments or at the site plan application building permit stages. Specific facility sources associated with the project should be assessed at this time. Kicking this can down the road, this fails to assess, minimize, and mitigate any of these damages to the residents in selection of the preferred land use in this zoning application. And finally, this report fails to consider the significant risk to the community associated with the construction aspect in terms of air quality, odor, and noise. Having worked in heavy civil construction for 17 years now, I have a lot of experience in the type of air quality, odor, and dust that comes along with construction, specifically in the site plan phase of the project where the site's going to need to be cleared and removed of all vegetation and granular put down. I would expect that type of assessment to be done before this application moves forward. The next report I reviewed was the environmental impact study. The environmental impact study did a couple of site visits, 3 site visits to survey for birds, 3 for aquatic species, and 2 for amphibians. The document concluded that 108 plant species, including 4 native species, would need to be removed for development of the land, It also concluded that there was 91 bird species in the area, 12 of them being species at risk and species of conservation concern in the development area. And on site, while they were doing the survey, 33 of these bird surveys were witnessed, as well as 4 breeding bird species and 2 species at risk. So I wonder how the results from this investigation fit into the conclusion that this is an acceptable site to be developed. Finally, the last report, actually there's 2 more. The second last report I reviewed was the Phase 1 environmental assessment. We heard earlier today that a Phase 2 was done, however, it wasn't shared with anyone, but apparently it supported that there was no contaminants on the site. The Phase 1 report does not support that conclusion, however. We heard a comment earlier from Janet that the report indicated that it was inconclusive and that it couldn't conclude harmful contaminants were present on site. Actually, the report concludes that the following contaminants are potentially present at the site, including metals, arsenic, selenium, petroleum hydrocarbons, volatile organic compounds, and polychloronyl biphenyls, which PCBs. These contaminants are known to cause cancer. And again, we're left with that information in review of this application. Finally, in the environmental site screening questionnaire, which goes with the application, there's a question, question 4. Is there any reason to believe that the subject property is potentially contaminant based on historic land use? The response to that is uncertain. So again, there's no certainty that our community and residents will not be exposed to these harmful contaminants. Based on my review, I would think that the investigation completed is inaccurate, potentially misleading, and lacks the rigor I would expect for this type of decision. We've heard a number of commitments today. You know, we can take another look at reducing the amount of warehouse space. We can complete environmental studies in the future. We'll consult the indigenous communities. We'll further assess soil. Maybe we'll do all these things, maybe we won't. I would ask the council to challenge the application, have the planning department answer these difficult questions, and make sure that the intended land use being approved is suitable for the community, the residents, and it's safe to us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a fascinating tour through the studies. Very helpful. Councillor Elgar has a question for you.
Thank you. Through Mayor Burton, not really a question. I need a copy of that presentation because you really nailed a lot of things.
Letter.
So could you send it to me?
Appreciate the comment, and I can definitely send it to you. I did send it to the planning department almost 2 years ago now, but I will get you a copy as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Caroline I.
Ms. I, or A, or AI? Not here? Okay.
The next delegate could be here, but I had sent in correspondence and just wanted to be available if council had any questions. Her name is Elizabeth Elliott.
Right.
Not sure if there were any questions.
Well, Elizabeth appears to be coming to the lectern. So she'll clear that up herself.
Hello.
Hello.
I've lived in Oakville for 36 years. I came here from South Africa, and I love Oakville, and I have loved living in Clearview. I started off in Southeast Oakville. That would have been my preference because I love the trees, but with our reduced rands, we had to buy in Clearview. And over the years, Clearview has become our home, and we love living there. I am distraught by what I see is happening, and I ask the councillors and the mayor and everybody else here if you would be happy if this was in your back garden or in your front garden, if what was going to happen to us was happening in your area. And that is the end of my submission. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
You asked you have the pithiest presentation. I don't think there are any questions, but there may be compliments. Councillor Elgar, your hand is up. All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Dwayne Cook. He's still here. It was a maybe, so maybe he's gone. Okay.
All right. No
The-
comment.
The next is Vera Chu.
Vera Chu, we heard from a girl named Vera Chu, didn't we?
Okay, they've done it double.
I remember she did a very nice
Oh,
job.
And Lillian,
Lillian, we
Right.
also heard from her just before Vera.
okay.
Hey, if I don't prove anything else, prove I'm listening.
Maria Prieta, also a maybe. So is Maria here? No?
All right.
Okay. Manzoor Ahmed.
Mr. Ahmed? Or Ahmed? Do you think he's online?
We don't have any more participants online right now. Can't hear. Okay. 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 Olena Martianova.
Here we go.
I had a feeling that I will be the last one, I guess. Thank you, everyone.
So,
for-
welcome.
Yeah.
If
Thank
you
you.
want us to hear you, you need to
Yes,
speak.
I will.
So the reason the rule is that you speak to the chair is so that everybody in the room can hear you, because if you're off mic, I don't know if anybody can hear you.
Okay. I'll try to be short. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, the mayor, the councillors, and obviously the audience, the most patient ones that's still here. Okay, so I want to talk about one point that nobody mentioned here, but I think that it is very important to mention and for the councillors to consider as well. Nobody mentioned about Ford plans to do the electrical vehicles. They are planning to repurpose the Oakville plant in manufacture, like how they call it powerhouse. And it is a quote from EV magazine. And what they're saying, at the Oakville assembly plant, Ford plans to overhaul its factory from gas vehicle assembly plant into EV manufacturing powerhouse, ready for the launch of Ford new 3-row electric vehicles by 2027.
You might want to back 3 or 4 inches off of the mic.
Okay. This launch, is it good? Okay, perfect. Thank you. This launch was previously targeted for 2025. But the extra 2 years will allow Ford to take advantage of emerging battery technology with the goal to provide customers with increased durability and better value. So here's what is happening. By 2027, they will repurpose the plant into EV production manufacture. And it means not only electrical vehicles, they will produce electrical vehicle batteries. Electrical vehicle batteries, like, if you think that production of electrical vehicles is safe to the environment, as the way how, when people drive them, it's actually opposite. It is very dangerous to the environment. And instead of to have, a plant, instead of that bout that we right now, fighting for, we actually need a forest between us and the Ford plant. because what is happening at the production of electrical batteries, actually the production causes 3 times CO2 emission compared to gas-operated vehicles. It is more dangerous, it is more contaminating to the environment. It is polluting environment with heavy metals. And if we go to the quote, this one is from Forbes, just for you just to understand a little bit what it is. EV batteries contain heavy metals such as cobalt and nickel, neither of which break down in nature. They also contain manganese that can pollute soil and water as well as air. Only 5 micrograms of magnesium in a cubic meter of air will produce manganese, poisoning in most people. So production of electrical vehicle batteries is extremely poisoning because they need to, they didn't mention lithium here, because it's also lithium, cobalt, nickel, and everything of this will be used to produce those batteries starting in 2027. And I didn't hear that environmental assessment was done with those future plans in mind. It seems like this was completely missed, but it's a huge hazard to the residential areas around Fort Plants, not only Clearview. And Clearview, it needs not only that belt, which is a shield from right now from QW and Fort Plant, we need a forest. We need a forest, and I have a question to the town of Oakville. How, guys, are you planning to protect us? It is 2027, like we have 3 years left, and after that, they will do this. They will do this to us and don't, like, even think that you can guarantee us that it will be completely safe to the environment.
I'd be very interested to know if you could point us to a source for the news that Ford is going to build a battery-making plant in Oakville.
It is EV Magazine. I quoted from there, and they're saying it was a quote that they're planning to do the EV manufacturing powerhouse. And they're saying also that they're waiting for to take advantage of emerging battery technology. So if they're waiting for all that stuff, and if they're trying to do the 3-row electrical vehicle production, it's not a plant assembly, it's a manufacture. They're planning to do, they're going to produce electrical vehicles there. So even we all have I think that with all that marketing, everybody believes that Tesla is very safe for the environment. For driving, yes, but not for the production.
So if it were to turn out that the quote you have from the magazine does not mean that Ford will be manufacturing batteries in Oakville, do you feel better about it?
If they're not manufacturing batteries, they will still produce electrical vehicles. They will still assemble electrical vehicles, correct? Yes. This is what they're saying, yeah? Yes. So when they assemble electrical vehicles, there will be still residual. The electrical vehicles, they cannot be assembled without the batteries, correct? Yes. The batteries is essential part of the electrical vehicles.
Yes.
And so
Ford has announced and stuck with great firmness to a plan to build their battery plant in Michigan. And Ontario has announced a battery plant in Port Colborne.
Yeah, so they're going to manufacturing that will include vehicle and battery pack assembly. Yeah, this is what they're going to do. There are different, here's additional information from additional site, because you can.
This is media, Ford Media.
Ford Media, exactly. So you can read it because it's your phone.
Yes, please.
Ford is investing, so this is Ford, media.ford.com, 2023, April 11, 2023, Oakville, Ontario. Ford is investing Canadian $1.8 billion to transform Oakville, Ontario assembly complex into a Canadian hub of electric vehicle manufacturing that will include vehicle and battery pack assembly.
Right, assembly. And I mean, for what it's worth, you can also find at the same source that Ford is building its battery plant in Michigan, and the Ontario battery plant that the Premier and the Prime Minister have announced is in Port Colborne. But I take your point. If I understood you correctly, you perceive this land left as it is as the best way to buffer Clearview from whatever danger might come from the Ford plant. Is that correct?
It's correct. Parkway belt, yes, it
Okay.
must stay.
Okay.
For the safety of the residents. And
So-
one more point, just as a mom. This one is residential area with walk to school schools. There are two schools on that street on which on the end of one of that street, that site is located. And this is what is happening. A lot of small kids, like relatively small kids, it is both schools are elementary schools. They walk to school by themselves. And there are a lot of different streets coming there, and even though that we have a couple guards who help them to cross the intersection, it is still dangerous. And it's walk to school area, residential area. It's everything on my side.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, thank you very much. Do appreciate. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Jeff Smith.
Mr. Smith?
No, Jeff? Okay. The next one is Yangsu Liang.
Mr. Yang, welcome. Take your time. We'll wait. Welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So let me introduce myself. So I'm a dad of two small kids. Normally, they will be waiting for dad to come back and hug them like every day. I enjoy every bit of it. But I decided to join this meeting today because I think this is for their best interest for the long run. Adding to that, when we
Do you want to just pull the mic over towards your phone a little bit so that you can look at it and still talk to us? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the suggestion. So when we move in this area, 2020, my neighbor asked how long you plan to stay here. I said that we will stay here until we no longer be able to take care of the house. So what I'm saying is I will stay here. I will fight for my family for their best interest. I'm sure the audience and other delegates will have the same dedication like myself. So let's get started the real thing. My stand on this is urging councilors to vote no to this proposal. There are multiple things we go through today. I think there a lot of factors has been quite clear. I will bring up some of them very briefly because there are a lot of details and analysis that have been already shared so far. So first one, we have a huge gap or space or uncertain part about the analysis. For example, we mentioned about the building footage. We mentioned about how the space will be used, what actually will be used for. There's a lot of uncertainty. There is a lack of clarity. I do see short of answer for a lot of questions. I do think those bring a big alarm to residents or whoever have a great interest to that area. And I think those space or those gaps leave a great room for whoever purchased this land, a very big space to tweak or manipulate down the road. I personally don't like that. I do work for a big corporation for a long time, so I'm very familiar with that kind of process that we start with a small gap. That small gap will become larger and larger down the road, and it will become harder and harder to say no. Adding on top of that, we do have other delegates call out. The E2 proposal doesn't make a lot of sense because we do already have a similar development happening, already being in place in the northern side of the community. And there's a lot of vacant. So it means that from a business perspective, with vacant we already have, it doesn't attract some business coming in. Why we spend more money to build a new place that serve the same purpose? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. On the same topic, the comparison between E1 and E2, to me, after all the discussion, it still doesn't make a strong case to me that E2 make more sense compared to E1. To be honest, I think there was an answer provided earlier that E2 will make more sense because it provides the best value. But as a residents on the same area, I would say to my best interest, it definitely not the way to go for E2. Imagining having warehouses or potential warehouse combining other kind of facility that we have no control of that greatly impact our area potentially being built. I can name a few that mentioned by other delegates, dump sites, or could be some stores that are running overnight 24/7, or could be loud noise. Basically, once we open the gate, it means it's out of our hands and we have no say. That's what I experienced so far within my big corporation experience, and I'm pretty sure that's what it will happen. You know, Morpheus law. Everything can go wrong, will go wrong. Okay, so, but other than just kind of rambling on this situation with issues, that I'm hoping I can providing some suggestions for my fellow residents, for councilors to consider. So as you can see, one of the delegation posted during his presentation that 95% of the residents prefer to keep current situation. I'm all in for that. It's great for everyone. I think that's what we asked for. However, I understand sometimes things happening. We are small residents, humbly, but that's the truth. When facing a province's government or big corporation, sometimes we don't have a lot of weight to that. But if the first option, which is keep current situation, is not a go, I would suggest second option is try with our city buying it. I know there are some options, say for example, transfer it to a residential, which actually not my preferences, because a lot of what happening is it would become high rises or even 4 or 5 stories and block the whole area, and our residents in the backyard could be just stared by strangers. That's actually not my favorite. My preference is actually the second option is to build a community center. The reason for that is, if you look at the map, we have Clarkson have the community center. The other side, we have the Trafalgar Community Center. Either way, it's outside of our community. And if you drive either way, it's at least 7 to 10 minutes away. As a community, that very mature community like us, we have a space. We have a very young generation. We have so many kids. And we have more young family move in. Why not we have a community center? I think that could be one of the option. And plus thinking the option economically, that if province has to sell that land, we buy that, we repurpose it to a community center, and the community center still bring in income. It's not that we are spending the money and we don't have any income. So trying to think from our city perspective. And lastly, if things happening to the north, to the south, that is not our favorite, the top two choices all go wasted. I would think if it has to be someone purchased other than our town, can we put on some limitations to what purpose of the site of the land will be used? I really don't want to see a huge corporation take over building huge facilities with a lot of traffic. I know it's being brought up many times, but if you truly take a ride to there, you will understand what we care about. It's right now, the Ford Drive is actually a very speedy road. It's actually 70, I believe the part that we connect is 70 kilometers per hour. But most of the cases, tow truck or big trailers driving 80, 90 already right now along that way. And in the rush hour, it's already jammed. Imagine that we have 20 or someone doing the calculation, 100 more trucks around that area. I believe you can imagine it's a disaster to our life. So I urge councilors seriously consider our position, seriously consider what we bring up today. Like I said, my time is valuable, same as yours, same as everyone's. I think the amount of people joining here today show up their dedication. So I hope it counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Next delegation is Wrong Eye. Wrong? No? Okay. Verna Lord.
It's Vern Lord.
Ms. Lord, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, councilors, and residents and delegates here, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I basically I found out about the town hall just within the last day or so, and I wanted to get more information and to understand what's actually going on. My parents have lived in Oakville for the last 35 plus years. They love it here. They've raised 3 children here. They have 8 grandchildren and 5 great-grandsons. And they enjoy the community here, and I also enjoy it here too. My parents have a lot of concern with this new construction that's going on. I will admit, I've seen the sign, but again, it's dangerous to try and stop and see what the sign says. And the sign for this new development gave the impression it's just down at the bottom south end of this future construction. I don't recall seeing any signs further up on Sherwood that it's taken the entire stretch. And I work with federal government in environment, and we value green space, and we're losing green space. Now, Toronto's like a concrete city. We don't want to go there. In Oakville, it's beautiful for its name itself with all the trees that we have here in the greenery. As far as this construction goes, even though we're still in planning stages or hearing everything out, we've already had construction come approach us. They've dug lines to put in the electrical and some cabling. That was just done recently all along Kingsway Drive, and they're going all the way up to Winston Churchill. So obviously, somebody is already in the process of making plans because that infrastructure wasn't there. So plans are already being made, even though I haven't heard anyone talk about that because it wasn't there before, and I guess maybe the 1977 thing that was there in place, that seems to be, be out the door. As far as traffic's concerned, we already get a lot of traffic on Kingsway, and sometimes it's like a speedway. I could just imagine how it is when the QEW closes down or the 403. My parents and I, we watched the traffic that comes up there. We've seen 2 tanker tractor trailers coming up Kingsway, going down Kingsway because we're the detour. And that also puts an impact on the street infrastructure. You get heavy vehicles up there, you have heavy vehicles going through. We could continuously have construction going on all the time because the road's gonna get damaged after a while, then you have to fix that. We have 2 schools on that street, and we have a lot of kids. And over the years of being there, I see younger families coming in there, and they come with their parents, and elderly parents. And I've watched elderly parents walk down to the bottom of Kingsway, walk up, and I don't know, it concerns me. One question I would like to ask, I've heard they've done surveys on the environment, and if that area there, like Mr. Shield had said, might have contaminants and so forth, what happens when they start to dig it up? What will the community be exposed to? And if that has been looked at, taken into consideration, and if another environmental testing assessment will be done that we will be aware of, and just to, you know, keep us in the loop. Time, I think, yeah, I mean, Oakville is beautiful the way it is. The community, since COVID, there's so many people walking, exercising in Oakville. And we don't want to see that go away. We get a lot of bicycle traffic coming through, which is great. I can hear them when they're calling clear, clear, clear as they're going through the intersection. Even the construction that was just recently done to put in this cable, the noise that makes. I work at home at least 3 days a week, and I'm trying to carry on a meeting, and that noise is like crazy. So I can't imagine what it would be like if construction was being done there. I've also heard that the land is worth about $30 million. I think Ford could afford that. And what are we looking at? They have a, you know, when you go down Ford Drive to Kingsway, between Kingsway until you get to gate, I can't remember the gate that the tractor trailers go through, they have a lot of land. When you turn onto Royal Windsor, sorry, there's a lot of land there. Has that been looked at? And I like the idea of a community center. With the elderly in the area, they could walk. My mom right now, she doesn't drive, and if she had to go to a community center, she would have to take a bus. It would be nice to have one in the area, and I think a lot of the retirees and elderlies would like that. That's my say, and I hope that we all make the right decision for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In answer to the question about the later environmental studies, I'm just speaking to the entire audience. In answer to her question about the availability of the later environmental impact studies, the information we heard earlier was yes, they'd be public. So it'll be good to have your expertise to look at it when it's published. Madam Clerk? Councillor Giddings, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for joining us this evening. There's been no infrastructure completed for the proposal before us tonight. The hydro work that was done was a result of people like you working from home. A number of the people here will remember the outages over the past couple of years. That is infrastructure work that's being done to stop those outages. That's from Oakville Hydro. And the current work on Sherwood Heights is to ensure adequacy of water supply through the region of Halton. So I just wanted to dispel those myths while they're there. Feel free to reach out for us at any time for accurate information.
Councillor Giddings, good answer and very good information. Thank you for surfacing that. Madam Clerk.
The next delegation is Suzanne Madonin Fedson.
Welcome, ma'am. We're here all night. We're looking forward to your information.
Sorry, I got that old lady waddle now. All right, so excuse me for reading. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors, and especially Councilor Elgar. I genuinely thank you for your positive and helpful comments that show you care and understand the plight of the Clearview residents. I think everyone's tired, so I'm going to try and keep my comments short and hopefully get to the point. I'm retired, but my husband and I have lived in Clearview for well over 30 years. We fought hard many years ago to get our schools here, and we are proud to have them now. We raised our 3 children here and have been blessed with all 3 of our now adult children moving back into Clearview, bringing with them their partners and our 4 little grandchildren. Excuse me. They all live within a stone's throw of the Sherwood Heights property. I want to echo what the other residents have been saying tonight, including ideally keeping the subject property a green space, or if that's absolutely impossible, the only acceptable alternative would be more low-density housing. Because Clearview already has more than its fair share of business, commercial, light industrial, etc. A comment was made earlier that some information presented here tonight was either too complicated or that the attendees were unable to understand what we were being told. There are plenty of educated people in this auditorium that are perfectly capable of understanding exactly what's being told to us. It is that we simply do not agree with it, nor do we want it. Multiple buildings having a maximum size of 7,000 square meters each is a lot of square footage for potential warehouses and other undesirable uses. Furthermore, setting a maximum of 50% of any building being used as a warehouse is not a minimal amount. But by my mathematics, it's exactly half the building. That half is a significant amount. Also, the term business employment is a bit of a misnomer. Its definition from a previous slide shown here tonight includes light industrial uses, including manufacturing, assembling, processing, fabricating, repairing, warehousing, etc. All of which I think most people here tonight would agree it is far too industrial for the residents of Clearview. It is also disparaging to say that, I quote, no one likes change. I can assure you that if it were parks and other popular land usages being proposed, most residents would like that change. It's just these specific changes that are being foisted upon us, like large warehouses, etc., that are not acceptable and we don't like or want them. Our quality of life is important to us. It will be gravely affected if these changes are allowed to proceed. The increased traffic, congestion, population, noise, pollution, and safety issues will make life in our beautiful community unbearable. That is all I have to say at this time, but thank you for your time and your attention.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciated the time you took to do that. Madam Clerk.
The next delegation is Ron DiNatale.
Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your contribution.
Not that tall. Okay. Yeah, I'm also a resident of Clearview, and I challenge the planning committee. Actually, Ms. Colburn, can we see that slide you had with the 3 little stars, please? If we could, please. Like a lot of the people here, I challenge the planning department and the council to consider different alternatives to this property, especially if you were to be able to bring up that there. So from my measurement from the Ford plant to the south end of that of the proposed site, that's more than 300 meters. And if it's not, then to the north part, there's much more than 300 meters. So I challenge you to consider that whatever component is within that 300-meter distance to stay on side with the EPA that was done for the Ford plant, consider that, leaving that as green space, and anything beyond that is possible low to medium density housing, or like some of the suggestions my fellow neighbors suggested, a community center. There's no need for this planned industrial, or I mean even light industrial, or whatever mixture you're suggesting, because if you go on the north side of the QEW, you already have a lot of that. And as some of the other delegates already mentioned, a lot of those are sitting empty. So there's really no need. So I challenge council and the planning department, first of all, council, consider purchasing it. as an investment in the future of the community. And the planning department to consider what a mixture of uses from the part that still is within the 300 meters from Ford as possible green space to maybe preserve some of these rare birds and such that we're hearing about tonight. And the rest is maybe low to medium density housing, because a number of these residents are fortunate that their children can afford to move back into the Clearview. My son cannot. He had to move to Kitchener because as the federal government, the provincial government, and even maybe your MDC are telling you, we need housing. So I challenge you to consider that, and that's really all I wanted to share with you this evening.
Mr. Denali, thank you very much for the challenges.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Madam Clerk?
The last delegation that we have is Grace Chen.
Ms. Chen?
Is Grace here? I did not have my mic on. Grace Chen. She's gone? Okay. That ends our registered delegation.
All right. Well, thank you to the community for all of your contributions, and to those of you who are still with us, I congratulate you on your hardiness. And if there are no more volunteers with information for council, and I don't see any, I'll confine the matter to table at this point. Council, do you have further questions for staff? Councillor Elgar?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Burton. There's been a lot of good information come out tonight, and one of them was about a definition of warehousing. Like, can staff come back with the definition? Because it's so broad right now that I think that would be very helpful. There must be some municipality in Ontario that has an actual definition that we could look at.
Well, Councillor, staff have done a good deal of work on, aside from the question of this definition, they've done a good deal of work at trying to come up with ways to keep the warehouse uses minor. And so I would suggest that in addition to asking for a definition, that we might want to ask them, based on all that we heard tonight, to find ways to make it more minor than we were hearing earlier, just in case it turns out that in Ontario, a warehouse is a warehouse is a warehouse. In that event, it appears that we have an alternate means to get to where we want, which is to create this idea of small warehouses.
Yeah, but it's always because you go back to, it's always in the words, and yeah, it's the definition of whatever minor, what is minor, you know?
I know, but the size parameters that they were floating, I mean, if 50% of 7,000 is too much, what's 30%, what's 20%? You know, there's an actual measurable way to regulate this, it appears. I hope we continue to pursue that. I'm not saying not to pursue the definition. I just remember that we did pursue that several years ago, and we discovered that in Ontario, a warehouse is a warehouse is a warehouse. Okay. So if we can't come up with the words you want, we might want to come up with the numbers we need.
Okay. And the only other thing is just if staff could confirm that when the Parkway Belt West plan was changed in 2022, the general public and this council had nothing that they could do about that, correct? It just was, this is life?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. As mentioned in the presentation, the Parkway Belt Plan is under the administration of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It's not administered by the municipality. Applications to make amendments to the plan are submitted directly to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. They do the evaluation. As part of their process, there is a public consultation component. Notice was provided in the Oakville Beaver at the time, and the town did receive the application and provided comment on the application for the removal of the lands back in 2021, 2022.
So can you remind me whether the town highlighted that they were actually for public open space, that portion of the piece that was taken out? Did we send that back to them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the to the counselor, again, we provided comments with respect to our current policies, which speak to encouraging the province to continue to remove lands from the Parkway Belt West Plan. It's up to the province in their evaluation of their application to determine, based on how they have designated the land in their plan, whether or not it's worthy for the amendment.
Yeah, because that's where it kind of jumps out, whereas actually the area we're talking about tonight is specifically public open space and buffer area. That's how it was in the 1978 plan.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as mentioned, the province is the adjudicator on that process, and they made the decision to remove the lands from the plan.
Obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Haslett-Hill, then Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. You've heard a lot of feedback tonight, and I'm wondering, given that earlier it was tabled that we would refer this back for you to do some additional analysis, wordsmithing, clarifications, et cetera, do you have that list to read out for us tonight? Read it back to us, or is there an alternative that we would receive it in the next day or so that tells us what are the areas you're going to explore? I do have some additional ones I want to add, but I also know that you generally do take great notes and want to report back.
Well, Councillor, procedurally, the only thing properly on the work order for the staff was the numerical change that they said they could do. Anything else has to come from us, and so it's perfectly in order for you to add to that list now, or to ask them. I mean, you have the floor, and this is when.
Well, Mayor Burton, that isn't typically how we've done it before, but that's fine. So I would like to have a clarification in when you come back on this 7,000 square meters, the number of buildings that potentially could be on that land, and a clarification on the language that protects the size and scale even more than the efforts you've already made. There was a question on the floor about, can we separate the zoning? So can it be two different zoning and different elements? And in the actual recommendation, which you're going to come back with, can you highlight, as a resident asked, which portions are within the zone of influence and within the D6 concerns and are not? So more specifically. I had asked earlier offline about the town's interest in the lands and the potential community or town use of the land, and I'm appreciative of Councillor Chisholm's request as well. If that could be addressed, even if it is in a separate memo, to clarify how the town, how it aligns with a Parks Rec Library master plan or other uses that may not be within that master plan, given the community's interest in that. There was a question around the EAs and some excellent feedback around how does this align with any biodiversity plan that we might have? If you just could clarify that for us, I would appreciate it. And given that there's been some question about what could be 24/7 or not be 24/7, I'd like to understand the regulation that would protect it from 24/7. It's my understanding that there is a risk of that, and I'd like to make sure that that risk is abated. And I'm just quickly scanning. And I think I would like greater understanding of as much as we've debated it and talked about it, if you could go away with the feedback you've heard tonight around, is there, do we have the option to do an E1 with exceptions and make that viable and more community-based? And my final question is there an opportunity to go deeper on the housing evaluation so that there's clarity on why or why not, beyond just that we're concerned about Ford, but rather what are creative options if that was a viable alternative to explore with IO? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To that, to add to that, we turn to Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I guess where I'm coming from is the environmental impact. I've heard a lot of discussion on the sensitivity of this area with respect to bird migration and all kinds of biodiversity things going on within this strip of property or land. I think it is behoove us to do an analysis or have more information on to help us understand the impact. If there was development there, what would be the impact of losing this property, the nature of this property? I'm really concerned, as some of the residents have indicated, once you lose it, you don't get it back. And I'm really concerned, and I'd like to see this, an understanding more of the environment with respect to our master plans, Parks and Recreation Master Plan, if there's anything within the realm of the studies in the Clearview area. It would be a shame to see this property be, in my personal opinion, excavated and buildings put on it. Thank you.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just wanted to make sure that Councillor Elgar's concern was captured in terms of the definition of warehousing and how to find ways to make it more minor. That was before the mayor gave us the opportunity. Thank you for that. Other question is, if we were to go with E1 zoning, what exceptions would be considered with that rather than the E2 with exceptions, just for comparison?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we can include that in the list and report back.
All right, and the last one I have, is it possible to work with IO or discuss with them and put pre-zoning in place to make it easier if it were to be sold, and so we have it locked and loaded from the get-go?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the framework that's been proposed as part of the official plan amendment that's before you sets out the series of studies that needs to inform the zoning. So the studies would need to be completed by IO with a specific plan in mind in order for the zoning to be appropriately implemented. Once the zoning is implemented, it becomes a matter of applicable law. So we can't go back and ask for things if the zoning is already in place. So the structure here is that the official plan is creating the official plan amendment is creating the structure, the vision, the framework for what's to happen here, and it's predicated on the completion of these studies to inform what will ultimately be developed here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So studies first, zoning after. To your work, I would request that you give us some guidance on what would be appropriate for separation distances among the buildings and for heights. And Councillor Elgar?
Mayor Burt, is that what you were also referring when you're saying that about the MECP recommendation setbacks that was mentioned earlier tonight by the gentleman? He seemed to know a bit of technical knowledge there when he started talking, and I thought, well, we should know that.
Yeah, so I read you the section from the report on that, which I thought was pretty complete. But Councillor Elgar raises a good point. I'm not sure it was clear to people whether the contemplated buildings would be Class 1, Class 2, or, I mean, everybody knew they weren't going to be Class 3 under the D6 guidelines, but there appeared to be some confusion. Some people seem to want to believe that we're going to be Class 2, and I think it's fair to say that council would prefer that any buildings were Class 1, you know, as benign as possible, in other words. You know, there are buildings that don't fall into Class 1, 2, or 3 because they have no impact. And that would be, I think, our preference. So it's not that council doesn't want to be taken for asking you to make everything fit into Class 1 or Class 2. We want it clarified whether there would be any D6 class buildings, 1, 2, or 3. The preference being that we have buildings without environmental impact. Does that satisfy?
Yeah, I think, because
Yeah.
that gentleman, he seemed to have a lot of details, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, so. Yeah, there was a sense of an expectation that buildings would be, that it was a given that there would be environmentally impactful buildings, and the D6 guidelines only apply to those categories that offend the environment. All right, I'm going to turn to Director Charles after he signals that he's ready to provide us with an appropriate recommendation. And since we've been going fairly long, and if none of you need a bio break, your chair does, I'm gonna offer you 10 minutes, Mr. Director, to prepare the appropriate recommendation for us. And we will resume at 11:25. All right, everybody, council has been in recess to prepare a resolution to resolve the matter in front of us. With any luck, it'll be displayed on the screen instantly or soon thereafter. And maybe that might be I think we're missing 3 lines at the bottom. We might have made the type just a little too big. Let's notch her down to 16 or something. All right. Let's see if everybody can read along. The resolution is that the proposed official plan amendment application submitted by Infrastructure Ontario, inclusive of the site-specific urban design guidelines included as Appendix B, be referred to staff to address the following matters raised by council. Make amendments to, they're not numbered, they're just bullet points, but at the risk of losing count as I go, I'll use numbers to try to make it easier to follow along. Number 1, make amendments to the OPA to reduce the warehousing component. Number 2, review the disposition of the property and possible town interest in the lands. Number 3, consider the hours of operation for future uses, specifically 24/7 operations. And for greater clarity, everybody, that means council does not want to have 24/7 operations of things that impact the community. Number 4, review the definition of warehouse and implement so what we've written is review the definition of warehouse and implementing minor warehousing. So we want you to understand that to mean we're reviewing the definition of warehousing and in order to come up with a way through wording to implement minor warehousing. Although We also already discussed trying to use measurements to do the same thing. Number 5, review the number of buildings that could be accommodated based on 7,000 square meter limits on building sizes. Number 6, review the D6 guidelines, the area of influence and setbacks. Number 7, review the Class 1 and Class 2 uses that could be considered under D6 guidelines and uses as well as, meaning as well as, uses without environmental impacts. Number 8, review alternative uses, consider office employment uses with exceptions. Number 9, review if there's a potential for housing. Number 10, review the town's biodiversity plan. Number 11, clarify the environmental protection process. And number 12, review the appropriate separation distances and heights of buildings. Clarify the environmental protection process, item number 11, is about making it clear to the readers in the community that the environmental protection studies are, how they work is they're required by the official plan and then done before the zoning. They're a condition of an input and a condition in the zoning. So there's a stepwise way these things are done in Ontario. I will look for somebody who'd like to move that. We have a contest. Councillor Hazard-Thiel and Councillor Giddings, would you like to arm wrestle? Councillor Hazard-Thiel, you have moved it. Would you like me to call the vote? Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there is no objection, and that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. It would now be in order for someone to tell us, because the next item on the agenda is the Heritage Oakville Advisory Committee minutes, which we have to receive. There are no decisions from that report. Councillor Elgar has moved receipt. Is there any objection? There being none, that carries. Councillor Elgar, congratulations, your motion carries. I could use a motion that this committee rise from committee of the whole and report to council. Councillor Chisholm, thank you. Is there any objection to Councillor Chisholm's motion? Madam Clerk, there being none, that carries. Congratulations, Councillor Chisholm. Yes, I believe you're correct. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on items 7.1, 7.2, and 9.1. And I pause to ask if there's any new business of an emergency, congratulatory, or condolence nature. I can think of things that happened on the weekend that might prompt some of us to offer congratulations. Does anybody want to do that? Nope? Okay. I'll do it. Congratulations to our colleague in Burlington, City and Regional Councillor Rory Nissen, for having been re-elected to the board of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. There having been a very large delegation of Halton people there to make sure that happened. I would now, thank you. I said who he is. He's a lovely young man. As I told you, when you get applauded for what you say, it always feels good. It's just against the rules. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I now need a mover and seconder for consideration and reading of the bylaws. Councillor Longo and Councillor Adams. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, the bylaws 2024-85 and 2024-92, 93, and 94, and 95, and 98 have now been considered, read, and passed. And with that, we have successfully finished our work for this meeting, and I thank everybody for their brilliant contributions to our success this evening. It's been terrific working with you, and the meeting is over.